Hey, how's it going, everybody? Wait. The music's not there. Gotta restart it. My bad. What's up, everybody? How's everyone doing? I see a lot of people in the chat already. What is going on, guys? Thank you, Chance. He sent the member message. He's a member for 11 months now, the GOAT, man. He has been non-stop with the memberships. I really appreciate that, brother. There we go. The music's back now. He said, 3 more days and I hit the 12 months. That's incredible. I can't even believe it's been that long, to be honest. But, I guess, someone's saying I'm muted. Chance, I'm muted? Am I muted? You guys can hear me, right? Says my audio is coming through, on the stream. But yeah, man, it doesn't even feel like it's been a year. I'm shocked at, where the time went. And I haven't, I don't even know. I haven't even, like, it doesn't feel like I've been doing YouTube for over 2 years now, but I have. I'm not muted? Not muted. Oh, okay. Wait, yes, I am. Yeah, you guys are fucking with me now. I know that. But yeah, man. Just, glad to have you guys here. Thank you to all the members. Thank you to everyone who's been, member of the channel, who's been supporting the channel. You guys have been the lifeblood of these streams. It's the only reason, I keep doing them is because I have you guys here, and it's always fun to hop in, chill, talk about stuff. So let me adjust this camera here. So yeah, man, thank you to everyone. Thank you, Chance, and let's say hi. Let's see who's here. I think some new people stopped by today. Some people have stopped by the stream after not being here for a while. I think Great Green Demon. Yeah, he said, "What's up, y'all? Haven't made a stream in a hot minute." What's up, bro? That's all good. More streams where this came from. Godfried Dulome. Is that how you say it? He said, "First time making a hidden stream. Seriously, one of the goats. Like these stream." Thank you, bro. Yeah. Sorry for the delay on the stream today. I know I was supposed to do this yesterday. We've been kind of doing our chapter reviews and stuff on Sundays now, but this was a break week, and I figured, I was having a little bit of a rough day yesterday. I was very exhausted, and I had like a bunch of errands to run and stuff to do. I just didn't feel like I could come on stream and give you guys the energy I usually do. So we put it to today, and I figured let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's do our break week theory review as standard, and also let's talk about the chapter. So we're going to do kind of like a chapter review discussion, maybe just spitballing some theories with this one. And then we'll get into the theory review after that. So for anyone that's here just for the theory review, I apologize that it's gonna take maybe like 30 or so minutes to get to that, because we do have to talk about the new chapter 1098. There's a lot of stuff to talk about with this new chapter, but we'll get to that in a minute. Nakama Camping asked, where do you get those chill out background music? Well, I get a lot of the music I use is available on plenty of websites that give you licensed music to use for YouTube. You pay a subscription, and then you can pick from their library, pick whatever music you like. The website I use is Epidemic Sound. Epidemicsound.com, is that what it is? Yeah, it's epidemicsound.com. And I use them, and they have a great selection of music. You can even like sort it by genre. What I do, I like to sort the music based on mood. The website has a feature where you can look up music that fits a specific mood that you want. I'm not sure if all the websites do this, but the one that I'm on does. Epidemic does this. And it's good, because if I'm making a video and I want a certain tone for a part of the video, I can search the tone I'm looking for. I can search the mood I want, and it'll give me that song. This is not a sponsored thing. I know it sounds like that, but yeah, very good website. So if you ever are looking for music like that, if you're making your own YouTube videos, I would recommend them. Duarte said, greetings from Portugal. What's up? Well, I'm reaching everyone here. I see in the comments said, by the way, greetings from Germany. What's up, guys? Portugal and Germany. Dilcor says, greetings from North Sentinel Island. Beta Ray Bill says, hello from down under. We're across the globe right now. This is global. That's great. Mr. Future Singer asked, can you talk like a caveman for the rest of the stream? Thanks. Ooh, One Piece chapter. Good. Kuma, make cry me. This first time I cry ever since looking at cave painting in Paleolithic era. Why doesn't Kuma let Ginny be captured? Why doesn't Kuma just bonk Celestial Dragon on head with club? Simple. Simple solution. Simple answer. He Buccaneer. Kuma strong. Partha Vadlamani said, member for 9 months. Another goat. He sent the VIP message. Thank you, bro. He said, missed the last couple streams. Glad I'm back. I don't know if I missed the list, but I've been on my shit. No one in chat can guard my jump shot, guaranteed. Yo, I love that, man. I love that you're keeping yourself accountable too. You didn't miss the list. We actually still got the accountability list today, and you're the first name on there, Partha. I remember when we first went over this, you were the first one to like, I want to be on that list. So I know I can't guard your jump shot. I'm short, and I fucking got no I got no moves on the court, bro. Yeah, so we got our accountability list today. We got all the usual suspects. I'm gonna pull it up closer here so you guys can see if your name's on here. Just let me know what you've been up to. Let me know, because it's gonna be hard to go through the names every week. Let me know what you've been up to. If you've been accomplishing anything that makes you feel good about yourself. If you've done anything that makes you feel like you want to share it, you feel proud of it, feel free to share it with me. I'll hype you up, bro. New Zealand here. Hell yeah, man. I love that. I've never been to New Zealand. I've never been to Australia. I've never been anywhere in the Down Under, in that area. I should, though. I want to. I just have to, I have to get over my fear of drop bears and funnel web spiders. The spirit of mellow flows through me. Oh, that's great. That's sick. You gotta get those faders, though. You gotta be taking some nice faders on top of that. Dilcor said my vid is about to hit 150k views. No way. Holy shit, that blew up since last. Yo, so Dilcor put out a video recently. He put out a video talking about Inoue, the mangaka behind Vagabond and Slam Dunk and Real. Put out a whole video talking about, like, you know, why he's been on hiatus, why he, you know, quit manga, or quit his, like, greatest work, essentially. And it's a great video. I enjoyed it. I shared it with the channel. So hopefully, you know, some of you guys did end up watching it. But I didn't realize it blew up that much, bro. That is sick. Past 2k subs. Not only did he break 1k, but he broke 2k in, like, the span of a week. Congratulations, Dill. Well deserved, man. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Casey's Epitaph said, it's hidden time. Am I late? You're not late, my friend. You're not late. We just got started. We're just getting started here. Dexter said, I kept up my Kenjutsu, not Kendo. Is that different? I don't know what Kenjutsu is. I know what Kendo is. Yeah, tell me about that. Denmark. Yo, what's up, Denmark? What's up, Dexter? From Denmark. Denmark's a country I know, like, nothing about. You have to help me with that. I don't mean that, like, in a way, like, I don't really know about, like what, I guess Denmark's known for or something like that. That's a little gap in my knowledge there. ZMP, thank you for the message you just sent two emojis. Luffy thumbs up and then hidden laugh. Yeah, thanks, bro. Another goat also, 7 months. 7 months member. Bailey said, not on the list, but I've started back up on my diet. Honestly makes me feel better already. I love that. I love that. I need to get better. I need to get better with my diet. This last week I've been eating like shit. I gotta get back to my standard, you know, healthy diet. You know, I feel like yeah. Just for reference, I had Taco Bell earlier today, so that's not good. I'm gonna regret that later. Yo, what's up, Killer? Killer Comedy. Hello, all. I'm lurking low key. We know, bro. We know you're always here lurking, hyping it up. We're known for Danish pastries. Okay, so like I definitely had Danish pastries. I gotta brush up though. Mads Mikkelsen's country. That's actually hype. That's actually very hype. All right, guys. Johanna said another member. He sent a member message. He said, "Ayo, forgot I could send these." Yes, you can. Feel free. Yeah, KC, the post Taco Bell clarity is insane. I swear to God, every single time, I'll go like, let's say I'll go like 2-3 weeks. I won't have any Taco Bell for like 2-3 weeks, and then there'll be a day where I'm like, man, I really want Taco Bell, and I'll go get Taco Bell, and I'm like so excited about this. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be delicious. This is gonna be great. Cheesy gordita crunch. That shit's banging. And then I eat it. And then like a half an hour later, I'm like, yo, why did I eat Taco Bell? That's terrible. That was terrible. I feel like shit. And now I feel like shit. So that's what happens. What's up, peasant? Dairy Square. LMFAO, what's Denmark known for? Danishes. Yeah. That's basically how that went. I like to learn about different countries, though. I do want to go to. I've never been to. I actually have been to Europe once, but I've never like explored Europe or been around Europe. So, I like to learn about that stuff. I want to make a trip one day, and then just like go around between all the, because you know they have like the open borders in the EU or whatever. It's pretty easy to go from country to country. I do want to try that. Someday. One Piece style adventure. Brennan Thomas said he just had Popeyes for the first time ever. It was great, but now I'm feeling like a grease ball. It describes my feelings exactly. I can't do Popeyes anymore. All right, guys. Well, I'm pretty caught up on chat. I hope everyone is doing well. If I missed your messages, I apologize. But for the sake of the VOD and for the sake of everyone's time, let's talk about the new chapter. And if you thought I was joking about the T-Bell, this is the fucking Baja Blast right here, so. Alright. One Piece, chapter 1098, The Birth of Bonnie. So we have to address the message that's here on the cover page with Brooke. Oda left us a message. He wrote on Brooke's leg here, "This chapter's manuscript is unfinished. Sorry, Oda." Apology accepted, Oda. I understand how it goes. So basically what happened, for anyone that doesn't know, because I've seen a lot of people discussing it and wondering about what the deal with this is, why these panels clearly, you know, everything from basically this part of this page and the next page are rough. Pretty rough. As a matter of fact, I mean, the entire chapter has a lot of rough panels in it. There's some that are clearly way more finished than others. I do want to address this. For those that don't know, Oda, I guess, was having some, you know, issues keeping up with the pace of making the chapters. Obviously, on top of his other health issues, like with his eyes and stuff like that, made it difficult to bang out a third chapter in a row. This is like the longest we've had with no break in a while. So 3 chapters in a row, and he has to make these once a week. I mean, if you asked me to make an entire One Piece chapter every week, it would be very difficult. And I mean, for the man himself, I'd imagine it's not that much easier, even though he's an amazing artist and he has the whole vision in his mind. You know, it's going to be hard sometimes to keep up. He's getting older. He has a life and a family to get to, and he's been nonstop making chapters for this manga for decades now. So I think, you know, this is forgivable. You know, the good news is we're going to get the completed chapter because, you know, obviously this is incomplete. They can't just leave it like that. We're going to get the completed chapter in the volume release when that comes out. So, not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. It'll probably be a couple months until the volume release, I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm not sure. Is it the official volume release or is it in the Shonen Jump? Let's check Viz. Let's see how Viz... I haven't checked the official chapter of this yet. Is this updated at all? I'm assuming it is not. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit before we get the completed version of the chapter. That being said, though, I mean, there's still a lot to talk about. This is a fantastic chapter, regardless. So real quick, let's start from the top here. Kuma is slowly starting to undergo this change into the tyrant as we know him later in the story, or at least as the world government refers to him. Obviously, we know Kuma is not an evil guy. We know he's not a bad guy. He's not ever going to become a bad guy. That's not the point. What the point is, though, is that his demeanor is being shifted slowly but surely into this cold, battle-hardened warrior, you know, a fighter for the revolution, someone who's willing to put their own life down to fight against the world government. And I think we're getting some insight now into why Kuma gave up his mind. And we're going to talk about that at the end of the chapter, because there's some stuff, obviously, there's some twists and turns that this chapter takes that I wasn't ready for, and I think we're going to have to consider that moving forward in regards to what Kuma's objective currently is. But yeah, we can see Kuma's in serious mode right now. Jinny's been captured. One thing that surprises me a little bit is that they kind of let her be captured for 2 years. And where is that mentioned here? Yeah. So Jinny is captured by a celestial dragon. So basically the way it goes is that the Revs were the group that Jinny was with in the Revs were intercepted, I guess by the Marines or some outside forces, and the celestial dragon was there and wanted to take Jinny as his wife. So they abducted Jinny and took her back to Marie-Joie. Okay, makes sense. What doesn't make so much sense to me is that they waited 2 years to do anything, and they had to wait for Jinny to leave Marie-Joie to come down to them. That's something I'm still kind of like a little bit iffy about. It feels a little bit, I don't know, especially for someone with Kuma's abilities. Like, think about it this way, right? I understand that you can't launch a full-scale attack on Marie-Joie to get Jinny back, because they have a bigger objective here. This is the Revolutionary Army. They're not Jinny's personal army. They're not here to save Jinny from danger. They're not here to you know, specifically be a bodyguard for any one of their soldiers. If their soldiers go down, they go down. That's kind of how it goes. Obviously, they have a no comrade left behind mentality, knowing these characters, but there's only so much you can do when they get taken to the heart of the Holy Land. You can't really go and launch a war now. They're not ready for that war. It's not the time for that war. I get that. But Kuma has a devil fruit that if he touches you and himself, he can just warp you out of there. I mean, we had Fisher Tiger climb the red line himself and then break people out of Marie-Joie, like break the fishmen. Fisher Tiger busted into the Holy Land, and this is not even a revolutionary we're talking about here. This is a normal dude. Busts into the Holy Land, frees a bunch of slaves, and then bounces. And he doesn't even have a devil fruit that lets him teleport with bubbles, you know? So, to me, I don't know if I buy the excuse that, oh, it's too soon to start a war, we can't just raid them. Kuma's the type of guy that would do that, right? Like, Kuma would sacrifice himself for another. Kuma would put his life on the line to save someone like Jinny. That's the whole character trait we've just had established last chapter, where he's like putting his arms in the bubbles every week. That's like the kind of guy he is. So, you know, it's a little bit, it's a little strange to me. I'm wondering how this is going to be explained, but I just feel like this could have been avoided. Everything that we're about to talk about that happens after this could have been avoided. And of course, what I'm talking about is this boat here that you'll see. Let me zoom in for us. So this boat here, who's on this boat? This is Jinny on this boat, as we know. 2 years later, Jinny somehow escaped on her own without Kuma's help, and which is also impressive. So imagine how well they could have done if Kuma was there, or Kuma went there, or any of the Revs went there. I know Luffy wouldn't have left Jinny and Marie-Joie. But I guess, you know, Kuma's not Luffy. That's fine. But so we have Jinny in the boat here, and she is making her way back to the Sorbet Kingdom to bring her child to safety and say her last goodbyes to her friends and comrades, because Jinny is sick with a mysterious illness, which is not exactly able to tell what's going on in this panel here because of the scratch, the chicken scratch, but that's gonna be fixed later. But yeah, Jinny is she's dying. She doesn't have much time left, and you know, wants to say goodbye to Kuma. All of a sudden, Kuma remembers he can teleport, so he teleports over to Sorbet. He sends himself over to Sorbet, and meets up with Ginny, and we find out that Ginny is suffering a terrible, terrible disease, a new disease called blue scale, that is, you know, it grows and it spreads across your skin and kind of encases you in like a stone-like skin. It makes your skin like stone, and it increases in potency when exposed to direct sunlight. And we also get the reveal that Ginny had a child, meaning that a celestial dragon had obviously been, you know, fathered that child, which implies some really dark things there. And then Ginny dies. And this is a really, really painful, depressing, horrible moment. It got a tear out of me. It made me really feel some things. But at the same time, it's like one of those things where you're so invested, right? You're so invested in it that you get angry when things don't play out the way you want, right? Like, let's say you get invested in a really good movie and you really, really care about the main character and you want the main character to survive. You want them to make it out of the movie in one piece. But then they make decisions that you're just like, why are you doing this? Don't do that. Like, I would have done it differently. No, you're going to get yourself killed. You're going to get this person killed. You're making terrible decisions. Stop making bad decisions. I'm not saying that Kuma made bad decision after bad decision here. But, like, you know, a good movie that's an example of this I can think of is, like, Uncut Gems, right? You're watching Uncut Gems, and I'm not going to spoil it, but, like, the whole movie, you're just getting angry at how Adam Sandler's character just makes the wrong choice. And you're like, you could get out of the situation, but you keep making the wrong decisions, keep putting yourself deeper in. And this is like a kind of similar situation where it's like Kuma put himself in the Revolutionary Army. He did not want to marry Ginny because he was afraid of the danger it would put her in, but he didn't really seem to have an issue with bringing Ginny into the Revs and making her an enemy of the world government. That would probably put you in just about as much danger as getting married to a buccaneer. If you're a revolutionary, you're about as high on the world government shit list as someone who mixed with a buccaneer. So a little bit weird that he was like cool with that. But then when she does get captured and her life does get put in danger as a result of this decision, right? Like, let's say they did get married and then Ginny was taken to Marijois because of her association with Kuma. And what he feared ultimately came true because she married a buccaneer, they took her. Do you think Kuma would have let her stay then? Do you think he wouldn't have gone after her? I think he would have. So it's just weird. Like, this is what I'm saying when it's weird to me, like, these decisions kind of added up to, like, Ginny dying, and I feel like this could have been avoided to some degree. I don't know. But yeah, so it's something that I'm still kind of like mixed on. I'm not totally convinced that this was an unavoidable scenario, and while everyone else has been saying how sad this backstory is, a little tiny part of me feels like this didn't have to happen. And maybe that's because I love the characters and I want them to be happy. I do want Kuma to be happy. I want Ginny to be happy, right? But that's not what happened. That's not what happened, and it fucking kills me, man. Because you know, they don't deserve this shit. They don't deserve this. They don't deserve any of this. Ginny didn't deserve any of what happened to her, and I feel like you know, if anyone had the ability to get her out of there, it was Kuma. If anyone had the ability to prevent her from being tied up in this mess in the first place, it was Kuma. And it just kind of happened. So that's my stance on that. I'm still, you know, I'm very sad. This is a super tragic moment. I do love these panels here. And we're going to talk a little bit about this panel in a second. But, you know, it's just something that's been on my mind lately. I'm like, did she have to die? Did this have to happen? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe there's some other explanation. Anyway, Ginny stuff aside, and we're gonna get to Bonnie, but Ginny stuff aside, we have this panel here with the cross, and then a very peculiar symbol in the middle of the cross, what I think is a sun. It looks like a sun, or like some mark of the sun, which I think something very similar to this is on the Alabasta flag. I think a very similar symbol. The sun combined with the cross makes me wonder. Is this church a church that worships the sun god? Is it a church to Nika? To me, that seems hard to believe because, like, all right, let me take a step back. Kuma's been carrying this Bible with him the whole story. He clearly has these religious connections. We have 2 chapters ago. I don't even know if it'll let me. Will it let me go back that far on Viz? I might have to go to. I think it's 1096. All right, well, let's go back a couple chapters. It's this one. Is it this one? Okay, so this is that's not the official translation though. 1096. Where's 1096? Can I get that on Viz? Let me get the official one, because there was an interesting line in the official translation that kind of comments on Kuma's like religious nature and like his connection to the church, and I want to talk about that because I think that holds some implications in tandem with this cross, this sun cross thing that we have here. Damn it, man. Why isn't it letting me click another chapter? There we go. All right, let's go to the last page. Okay, here it is. So this is the official translation. In the official translation of 1096, when they go to the church, they escape from God Valley, and Kuma, Ginny, and Ivankov go to the church. Ivankov says, I'm assuming that's Ivankov or it's Ginny. Wait, is this, are they talking to Ivankov? I'm not sure. The way it seems, though, is it seems like they're talking to Kuma here, and the quote is, "So your family ran a church. It explains so much about you." I'm assuming that's Ivankov talking to Kuma, right? Because they're in the Sorbet Kingdom right now, and they're in a church, and Kuma's from the Sorbet Kingdom, so presumably this might be the church that Kuma's family ran. This could be their church. It could be a different one. But the idea is still the same. Kuma and his family ran a church. They were in charge of a church, according to this line. What's weird about that to me is that they're Buccaneers, and the Buccaneers have that connection to Nika, and Nika's a religious figure for the Buccaneers. So is it possible that this religion, the one with the cross, I mean, obviously Nika is also a martyr type figure, based on what we can gather around the backstory with the Void Century and so on and so forth. Could it be that this is one and the same? Is this church a church that goes to, that worships Nika, that worships the sun god? Is that evidenced by this panel here, where we can get a full view of this cross that's in the church, and it features the sun? There's a big emblem of the sun slapped on top of the cross in this church. This is Kuma's church. So I have to wonder, you know, another detail pops up in this chapter that also supports that idea, because we have the Bible that Kuma's been carrying around, and I'll talk more about this at length later, but we see here that Bonnie is reading Kuma's Bible, and Bonnie asks Kuma about the Sky Islands, right? Bonnie goes, "Do you know about the Sky Islands?" And then Kuma says, "There are islands in the sky?" And then Bonnie says, "Yes, there are. I read it in a book, in this book." And it's in Kuma's Bible. So it could, like, all these different things that nowadays are like kind of kept low key, or the world government doesn't want people to know about, locations that people don't even think exists, like Sky Islands. They're present in Kuma's Bible. Kuma's family practiced, you know, religion, and they believed in Nika, and they always talk about Nika as, you know, this figure of worship. So the big question that comes out of all of this to me is, how is that possible? How is that possible? How did the world government, this organization that wants to eliminate any mention of Nika, you know, so much so that if you talk about him, you disappear, you get disappeared, according to who's who. If that's the case, then why would they allow churches like this to exist, right? Would they want churches of Nika to be popping up around the One Piece world? Would they allow such a thing? I don't think so. So I wonder if this is like a secretive thing, like if this religion is, if this is treated like maybe how Christianity was treated in some countries a long time ago, where it was illegal to be a certain type of Christian or to be Christian at all, especially in like, there was a period of time in Japan where you couldn't be Christian, and you would be executed for it or forced to change religions. So people had to practice their worship in secret. They had to have secret churches, secret places to practice their worship. So could it be that that's the case? Did Clapp and his family and Kuma's family, did they practice this worship secretly? That could be. This doesn't seem to be the most secretive location ever, so it begs more questions, right? What is this religion that they practice? What is this cross with the sun on it? Is this the same? Is this supposed to be a referential symbol to the cross that Kuma has on his shirt? Because you can kind of see it on the back of the book that Bonnie is reading here at the end of the chapter. It's the same book as the Bible. It's the Bible. Kuma's Bible. On the back of the Bible, it has the symbol that you can see here where my mouse is. And let me zoom in because this is probably really hard to see for you guys. Check that out. On the back of Kuma's Bible, you have this kind of cross situation here, and you have a circle in the middle of the cross. And that's the emblem that Kuma wears. He wears on his shirt, his outfit, and it's on the back of his Bible that he carries around. You know, a circle being placed within a cross kind of sounds similar to the symbol of the sun, which is a circle being placed within a cross. So could it be that this symbology, or the symbolism, not symbology, I have to break that habit, this symbolism has been kind of staring us in our face the whole time? You know, is it possible that this has always been Kuma's religion, we just haven't picked up on it? And the sun obviously shows up in many other cultures around the One Piece world. So this is not just unique to Kuma, this sun symbolism, but the combination of the sun symbol with religious symbolism is unique to Kuma. That's something we haven't really seen from anyone else. You see countries wear the sun. You see the fishman wear the sun. You know, we have all these different cultures that like put the sun up as their representative emblem or symbol. Which obviously is a callback to the Dawn and Nika and all that stuff. But we don't have any of them tying that symbol into something religious. That's unique to Kuma here. And I'm wondering if this, because he's a buccaneer and because his family has deep ties to the origins of, possibly the origins of Nika as a whole, could it be that this all started from a religious context? Could it be that Nika and all this stuff came from this first and foremost, right? Why do I say this? Because we learned from Vegapunk that devil fruits are created from desire. People's desires, their desire for something to be real makes it real in some reality or another. That's where a lot of the devil fruit powers came from. Well, if that's the case, what better way to make something come into existence? What better way to make something real than to have an entire religion where people believe in it, right? If people all around the world at one point, if this was the dominant religion of the world, if everyone worshipped this, maybe at the time, maybe in the time of the Void Century, this was a religious figure only. This wasn't someone that was a real person at the time. But, you know, if everyone worshipped this figure in the Void Century, it could be that worship created the devil fruit. The devil fruit of Nika came from the idea of Nika that everyone held in their hearts and worshipped through this belief system. And that could have been the way that Nika came into existence, at least in the form of the devil fruit. Maybe there was no original Nika, and the original Nika per se was just a figure in the books. It was just a character in this Bible, in, you know, as Kaido described it, you know, something out of a picture book. Could be that the book had pictures, so on and so forth. Like, this could have been the imagery that people had of Nika from what they read, and then their beliefs made it real. And this could all tie into the religion that Kuma practices. And there might have been a lot more churches like Kuma's church elsewhere in the world. So this is just obviously a little bit of a, you know, what is the word? It's like a side, you know, it's not the whole chapter. It's not the point of the whole chapter discussion today. This is just a little thing on the side that I wanted to talk about. But it's just a question. I've been asking myself this every time, every chapter. It's like, you know, ever since we got to the church, what is the deal here? Like, what's Kuma's connection to this, you know, religion, this Bible? Now, I saw someone in the chat mention earlier that that maybe Kuma can't teleport to places that he's never been to, or that he doesn't know where they are, right? So if like you told Kuma, I want to go to the Sky Islands, Kuma doesn't know where the Sky Islands are, maybe he can't send you there. I actually think there's evidence to support this idea, and this evidence came from this chapter. And once again, we're going right back to the page we were just on, where Bonnie is reading the Bible that Kuma has, and then recognizes the Sky Islands in the Bible. Back in Thriller Bark, now this is interesting. Back in Thriller Bark, where is it? Kuma, Perona. So Kuma pulls up to Thriller Bark, asks Perona, by the way, this line is so heavily recontextualized after this chapter, I love that. Kuma asks Perona, if there's anywhere in the world you'd want to go, where would you go? And while Perona is thinking about this, you see Kuma do... Look at this! He starts flipping through the Bible. So before he sends Perona anywhere, before he smacks Perona, he looks through his Bible for locations that he could send her to. He finds one, he stops on the page, and then smacks her and sends her there. So I actually think the fact that now we know now, that in the book that Kuma always carries around, locations in the One Piece world are listed in this book. Because Bonnie found the Sky Islands in the book. She heard about the Sky Islands from Kuma's Bible. So because of that, this tells me that now we not only do we know how he's sending people places, but we actually have a very clear insight, and this connects back. Thinking about where to send Perona, where do I send her? Let me look through the pages, let me find a location. Let me find a location to send you to. And then boom, sends her there. So I think the Bible Kuma carries around, one of the big reasons he carries the Bible around is specifically because it allows him to use his power effectively. Because he can find whatever location he needs to go to in this book, he can just freely teleport himself wherever he wants to go. So I think that is a really, really cool little detail there, and I agree completely that he does need to know where the place is in order to go there. He can't just go, I want to go to Laughtail today. Goes to Laughtail. I don't think that's how it works. That he has to know where it is, and the book gives him the reference. So, yeah, geography is everything. Yeah, there you go, Cosmic Goatee. Geography is everything. Shout out to Tekking for that one. I think that's a really cool little detail that we got out of this chapter. So, with that stuff taken care of, let's talk about the next thing with the chapter, right? We have Bonnie is a child of Ginny and not Kuma. So my theory was wrong. Bonnie is not a clone. The tragedy, but I was actually close. I don't really care if I'm right or wrong, but I do want to point out that the train of thought I had was kind of close to the reality, because Bonnie wouldn't have known that her father is a celestial dragon. She would have thought her whole life that Kuma is her father. We learn in this chapter that Kuma is actually not her father, nor is Bonnie a clone. In fact, her parents are Ginny and some unnamed celestial dragon. Which, when I originally talked about the clone theory, I thought it was really interesting, the potential way that the plot could play out, where, you know, after Bonnie stuck her hands in Kuma's memories and then she came out to fight Saturn and she said, "You killed my father," that's really moving, because if you understand what was in that bubble, originally my idea was that she's gonna stick her hands in the bubble, find out that she's a clone, find out that Kuma's not actually her biological parent because she's a clone, and she's gonna consider him her parent anyway and refer to him as her father because that's how deep their love goes. That's a very moving thing. Turns out something very similar actually happened, where it's not the fact that Bonnie's a clone, but Bonnie is the child of someone else and Kuma's not actually her father. And once again, same emotional impact plays out, because Bonnie says, "You killed my father" to Saturn. Bonnie still considers Kuma her father, despite the truth. Despite the truth that Kuma wanted to hide from her, Bonnie found the truth, stuck her hands in the bubble, and then, still has the heart to consider Kuma her father and stand up for him. So I think that that's an interesting thing in terms of or not interesting, but like a very good dramatic high point for this character and this, because now that we know this, thinking back to what led up to this flashback where Bonnie attacks Saturn and is crying and talking about Kuma, please don't hurt my daddy, all that stuff that she's been saying, this arc is really recontextualized by this moment here where we find out that he's not actually her dad. He's not. And this also proves that the distorted future thing where Bonnie showed, you know, tendencies of like Buccaneer, you know, physique or whatever. She showed like a little bit of a Buccaneer look. Once again, that's a distorted future. So the distortion in that future there is that the reason Bonnie is able to become like a buff Buccaneer type with her fruit is the exact, it's in the name. It's a distorted future, as in this is in the scenario where Bonnie was actually Kuma's child. She can use her fruit to, I guess, manipulate her body to match if Kuma was her father, and the timeline events played out differently, and maybe Kuma was her father instead of the CD. That would make sense why she's able to do that. So the question now we have to answer is, who is the father? Who is the father of Bonnie? Who fathered this child? I don't think it's Saturn. I'll just say it right now. I don't think it's Saturn. I don't think. I see a lot of people saying Saturn. I've seen a lot of people over the past few days talk about how Saturn could be the dad. And I don't think it's him. I don't think it's him. I think the Gorosei are very far beyond the need for breeding or female companionship, right? The celestial dragon that stole Ginny is someone that clearly, you know, has little self-control, has earthly desires. I could never see a Gorosei getting so obsessive over wanting a wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you picture any of the Gorosei being like, oh man, I really want a wife, I need to take a bride? Like, that's not something that they care about. The Gorosei are immortal, as far as we know. Like, they don't age. These guys have been ageless for the last 50 years minimum. Could be 800. These guys don't give a shit about like a beautiful woman. Like, that's not on their radar. They're concerned all about world domination and torturing and like horribly abusing people and their subjects. So like, I can't see any reality in which Saturn, especially Saturn, maybe you could argue like one of the other Gorosei has a different personality, like Jupiter or whatever, and fucking, I don't know what one of the other ones, because like Jupiter is like a younger guy, so like maybe, but definitely not Saturn. This dude's walking around with a cane, he turns into a giant spider thing, and he just wants to like crush and mutilate people. Like, he doesn't care. He doesn't want a bride. He doesn't want to make a baby. He doesn't care about none of that. So it just doesn't make sense to me that it would be Saturn. You know, I personally want it to be another celestial dragon that we haven't met yet. Like, to be honest, this is the way I really feel about the celestial dragons right now. There are not enough celestial dragons for them to, like, I feel like we can't start pinning things on celestial dragons yet, or specific ones yet, because there aren't enough of them. Like, it would just be weird for me for every bad thing to be blamed on no one but Garling. Like, the reflex that everyone had is like, oh, a celestial dragon made a kid with Ginny. Must be Garling or Saturn, because obviously those are the only two celestial dragons that have done anything, and that would have been alive at the time. But there's so many celestial dragons, it doesn't have to just be those two. Like, I just feel like when you blame all the problems of the world or anything that happens or any dramatic twist, if it just automatically gets blamed on like the one or two established characters, it just makes the world feel very small to me. Because it's like, okay, so like, who could it be that did this? Well, there's like thousands of celestial dragons in Marijois, but it happens to be Garling that's the one. It's like, or it happens to be Saturn, because those are the ones that are in the arc right now. But the real world wouldn't work that way. So, you know, I think the likely answer is it's an unnamed celestial dragon, or one that we haven't met yet. I don't think it's one of the Gorosei. I don't think it's Garling. I mean, if it is Garling, I would prefer that to the Gorosei, but I don't think it's Garling either. And I think it's just another celestial dragon. It's just someone we haven't met. It's just one of those assholes that happened to be on a voyage. He saw Ginny and was like, duh, I have to make her my wife because I'm a god of the world and I can do whatever I want. And just, you know, some low level like celestial dragon egotistical shit. Low level. Like someone that would just stroll through Sabaody for like a slave. Like not someone that's like involved in the bigger picture. Garling, the Gorosei, the God Knights, I feel like these guys are all involved in a much bigger picture here with the world, and they don't have to concern themselves with the lives and the happenings of common folk. They don't care about that stuff because that's not, you know, for Garling, he looks at normal common folk as points. He's a champion of God Valley. He hunts people for sport. I don't think he would, you know, if you hunt people for sport, I don't think you would look at your prey as anything you'd want to marry, right? Garling executed a celestial dragon for defending a common person, and he considered him scum just for doing that. Imagine what Garling would consider a person who copulated with a common person. Imagine if a celestial dragon, right? Imagine if they had a child with a peasant. Do you think Garling is the type of guy that would be like clapping for that, or would be down for that? I think he would. He's like so supremely racist. He would never he would never be down with that. So I just don't think it's him either. I think it's someone else. I really do think it's someone else. So I'm just gonna say that. I'm not sold on the parent of Bonnie being anyone we know just yet. I do like this whole Kuma being a good dad hits me in a very soft spot, and I love that. I do love him, you know, kind of cheering up Bonnie with the sapphire scale and calling them jewels. And I thought this was a really cute moment. So I love all of this. Him doing the dance. He's doing the Nika dance for Bonnie, which is really cool that Bonnie's like one of the few people in the world that knows about Nika by this, you know, through this interaction. And I just love this whole set of moments between Kuma and Bonnie. Him being a good parent, talking to her about where they're going to go in the future and how they're going to spend their days when she's older. And then you immediately contrast that with the tragedy of this diagnosis from the doctor that it's fatal. Bonnie's gonna die. Bonnie's gonna die to this sapphire scale disease. And I want to talk about a couple things in regards to this. It seems like the doctor doesn't want to openly talk about sapphire scale. I think this implies something about the origins of sapphire scale. Now, we're gonna just analyze the wording for a bit. So, I'm afraid that your daughter has an incurable disease known as sapphire scales. You know what that is? Please, not so loud. Oh, it's Kuma. It's Kuma saying that. So it's not the doctor. Is it the doctor saying, please, not so loud? I'm not sure. I'm assuming he's saying that, please, not so loud, so that Bonnie doesn't overhear it. In the case where it's not Kuma and the doctors try not to be loud, I don't know. It seems like the description here, I've only heard of a few cases in recent memory. All kinds of natural light, sunlight, moonlight, cause the stone to spread. But even if you block the case entirely, it'll eventually spread over time. And there's another wording, I think, in the TCB where it was like, you know, it's not common these days. And the specific wording of like these days, I think is very important here. Because apparently, you know, this might have been a disease that was more common in the past, and I want to explore why that might be. But yeah, so regardless of how this works, I just think it would add more weight to it if the doctor's asking him not to be loud, but I'm assuming that's Kuma. But regardless of this page, this one is the important one. And the rarity of this disease, the fact that in certain translations it seems like it was a thing that was more common in the past, makes me think that perhaps sapphire scale is something that happens when a celestial dragon has a child or has sex with a common person, with a normal person. Well, what would cause that? Well, I gotta say, celestial dragons, they've got to be inbred, aren't they? I mean, they're a whole society of people that refuse to mix blood with the lower people of the world. They do not mix. They do not want to. They consider themselves higher beings. So that means, if I had to guess, Marie Joie is full of inbreeding. A lot of this, I made a joke about this in my last video. I made a little extended little skit joke about this, but I think it's true. I'm not just making it for the joke. I genuinely think the celestial dragons are fairly inbred, and something about their inbred nature might cause, if they were to mate with someone that's not a celestial dragon, you might have a genetic defect in the form of sapphire scales. And thematically, it's appropriate, right? Because let's look at the thematic nature of this disease. It's named, it has scales in the name. What do we associate scales with? We associate scales with dragons, and they're sapphire. I mean, the only dragon that we saw in the story, aside from the artificial one that's Momo, was the Azure dragon. It was Kaido, the blue dragon. So, and Vegapunk was so intent upon getting the correct color for his fruit. He deemed Momo's fruit a failure because it was the wrong color. Why is the color so important? It's probably because it holds some historical significance to the nature of the creature, and maybe where the celestial dragons even got their names from in the first place. It might have been from the original Azure dragon. There might have been something regarding this dragon. Kaido was a blue dragon. Now we have blue scale as an illness, and it comes from Ginny, who had a child with a celestial dragon. The next thematic connection is, not only is it called blue scale, not only is it a deadly disease that we've only first now seen when a celestial dragon had a child with a normal person, but on top of that, the disease spreads when it's exposed to sunlight, meaning that sunlight is the natural enemy of this disease, or the person infected with this disease. If you have sapphire scale, light from the sun, right? Sunlight, moonlight, natural light. Natural light causes the disease to spread. So, who is the enemy of the gods? Well, Nika, the sun god, is without a doubt an enemy of the gods. The sun is a symbol that is in direct contrast to the gods, or the current gods of the world, the celestial dragons. So, what is this all to say? This, in my opinion, sapphire scale is something that is, it's not just a natural occurrence. It's not just a disease you can just randomly pick up one day like the flu. You can't just get sapphire scale like the flu. I'm gonna guess that right now. This is not contagious. It's clearly not contagious. Kuma's around Bonnie all the time. He's not infected with it, right? So it's not like it was a contagious disease that passed on to Bonnie, let's say by virtue of just being close to Ginny. I think this is a genetic thing. This is something that's like born from the unholy relations between a celestial dragon and a normal person, causes sapphire scales. And that could be why there's not that many cases anymore, because the division in the world is getting to be very, very great, and celestial dragons are probably more separate from the rest of the world now than they ever have been before, because of the rising tensions, because of the revolutionaries, because of them being isolated in Marie-Joie due to the food supply attacks, all that stuff, the recent events of the Reverie, the end of the warlord system. There's a lot of less, there's a very, the barrier or the wall between Marie-Joie and the rest of the world has only grown taller in recent years, because they are preparing for end times. They're preparing for a great cleansing. There's no more interaction with the outside world because shit's going crazy out there. The pirate golden age is in full force. The revolutionaries are in full swing. This is a very tense time. So it's possible that something like blue scale is just not an occurrence anymore, because celestial dragons don't take brides from the surface anymore, right? A celestial dragon taking a surface bride might not be a thing these days, which is why this is so rare and why this happened, and it's like almost unheard of. So that's my theory about sapphire scale. Clearly, Ginny was perfectly fine before she went to Marie-Joie. This is the real convincing factor, that she got it there and she got it from a celestial dragon, or it was given to her just for entertainment purposes, which is also up their alley. But she was perfectly fine before she went to Marie-Joie. There's no reason why going to Marie-Joie should have left you with that condition. And it's not like everyone who goes there leaves with that condition, right? We've seen a lot of people leave Marie-Joie and not have blue scale, right? we have Boa Hancock, who was a slave to the Celestial Dragons, presumably to some degree as eye candy, because, you know, obviously they're kidnapping Ginny because of her looks. They kidnapped Ginny because she's so beautiful. I can't imagine, you know, if they had Boa Hancock and Mary Joie, they also didn't have similar purposes or intentions with Boa. But Boa never had a kid. So I'm thinking, you know, if Boa ended up being forced to have a Celestial Dragon's child, I wouldn't be surprised if Boa also got blue scale from that. So that's just something I want to put out there, that this is 100% not a natural occurrence. This was given to Ginny by force in one way or another, and now by virtue her child, who was birthed through this relation. So yeah, pretty terrible stuff, and I'm curious to see how it's gonna get explained later. Now we're gonna wrap up the chapter talk. We're at the last page now. I want to wrap this up by talking about this final point here. The nightmare returned to Sorbet Kingdom. King Bakori's gone and done it again. It's 16 years ago all over again. He's gonna burn everyone he thinks is weighing the country down. Sounds very similar to Grey Terminal and Goa Kingdom. But aside from that, Kuma is at his breaking point. Kuma is in serious mode. He is at his breaking point. He has lost his home, his parents, the love of his life. He is now being threatened to even lose the very things he cares about that remain to him. His child is now given a time limit on her life, and he and all the people on the island, the very same thing, the very same event that spurred Kuma to become a revolutionary. Just think about this. The only reason all of this terrible shit happened to Kuma, with Ginny, with Bonnie, with all this stuff, the only reason all this happened is because of King Bakori. Right? Because Kuma, the first time Bakori did this, Kuma went into the streets and fought against it and stood up to him, and then he was thrown in jail. And because he was thrown in jail, Ginny and you know, Kuma's friends all came in after him. They tried to stand up and rescue him, and they got thrown in jail too. And it's because they were all in jail that they had to get broken out by Ivankov and Dragon, and thus join the revolutionaries. Thus Ginny gets captured. Thus Bonnie is born. So King Bakori is like the main reason all this suffering has happened to Kuma, and now he's doing it again. He's doing it again. He's doing the very same thing that drove Kuma to the streets in the first place and pulled him out of his peaceful life, and thrust him into the Revolutionary Army. Obviously, he had intentions to join anyway, but the point is that it was that event that was the impetus, and now it's happening again. So what's going to happen next? What's the next course of event, or what's the next event that plays out to round out Kuma's backstory? I think he's going to kill King Bakori. I think what is going to earn Kuma the title of tyrant is going to be that Kuma, in his anger, in his fury, in a act of revenge for everything that's happened, Kuma is going to kill King Bakori. And he is so yeah, I think he's just at his breaking point right now, guys. And I think that's what's gonna make him king of Sorbet. It's because he's gonna kill Bakori, he's gonna usurp the king, he's gonna kill him and become the king of Sorbet Kingdom. And it's because of this brutal act of violence, you know, or at least what the world government is gonna consider or frame as a brutal act of violence, they're gonna call Kuma the tyrant. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if all the slaughter that King Bakori is doing right now, the fires in the streets, the people that are getting killed out there, if Kuma kills him and then becomes the king and takes over for King Bakori, all this violence is probably going to get blamed on Kuma. I'm totally expecting that. Like, he's going to kill him, he's going to become the king, he's going to free his people, but the world government is going to frame all the events that led up to that usurping, is going to be blamed on Kuma. He's going to be blamed as the violent psychopath that set his country on fire, and that's going to earn him the name Tyrant. And that's what we're going to get next chapter. So that's my prediction. I think that's the last theory to kind of round things out for today. is that the next chapter we are going to see the birth of Tyrant Kuma, Kuma the Tyrant. So, whew, with that being said, that is Usurple. Yeah, roast me for that. I had like fucking 3 words in my head, and I couldn't decide which word I was gonna use, and it just whatever. Talking is hard. All right, guys. So I see a ton of super chats. I apologize for not getting to them. I just wanted to get through all my thoughts before getting to the super chats and answering those. So yes, let's leave it there. And let's talk about, or let's read the super chats that you guys have been sending. All right. Sebastian Lopez, thank you for the €2. He said, check the Kozuki clan symbol. Yep, I know the symbol. It also has the sun on there with the crane. So, like I said, this is not just an Alabasta thing. This is a seemingly a universal thing between a lot of the allies of the Ancient Kingdom or whatever. So 100% I think that's a connection too. Muglaton, thank you for the £5, my friend. Said, excuse me, if Saturn took Ginny just to get back at Kuma for the no one important comment in God Valley all those years ago, that would be so fucked up. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think that's that seems like a really petty. That's like super petty. I don't even know. Like, you're telling me that like Saturn waited like 20 years to wed and bed Ginny just because Kuma was like, "Are you important?" No, I don't think that would be his course of action. It would be super fucked up, but that just seems super petty for Saturn. He's not the type of guy to do that. He's a guy that he's a guy that paints with a very, very broad brush and takes actions that are sweeping. You know, this is not the kind of guy that's going to hold a vendetta against one buccaneer who he thinks should just be dead. They're worthless trash, slave, or whatever he thinks he is. That's not the... you know, if Saturn was so preoccupied with something one guy said to him 20 years ago or whatever, I mean, like bro, you're telling me he's that pressed, like, about that? Like, that would be crazy. I would lose any intimidation factor from Saturn at all. He has such a fragile ego. I mean, of course it would be fucked up though. I just don't think that's the case. Killer Comedy, thank you for the members message, brother. He said, like the stream, we have virtual cookies. You need Vegapunk's photonic gloves to grab them though. I would love if that was real. Imagine if the photon gloves were real and you could just reach into the screen and just pluck a cookie. You could just pluck the emoji from the screen and just hold it like this. Maybe you could eat it too. Get a little bit of take a little trip to Flavor Town. Dila Joyboy, thank you for the $10. He said, I would like it more if we don't find out Bonnie's real dad. It makes it where the anger is pinned on the Celestial Dragons as a whole instead of just one. What happened to Ginny is common practice with the Celestial Dragons. I love this. This is probably my favorite take on it because I have to agree with you completely. That's why I don't want it to be Saturn and I don't want it to be Garling, because then it like puts us in this train of thought where we're blaming every issue on an individual person. Every bad thing the Celestial Dragons do, it's like, oh, that was Garling's fault. Oh, that was Saturn's fault. It's like, okay, but aren't the Celestial Dragons as a whole to blame for the way the world is? Like, why are we pinning the blame on one individual guy? The guilt should be spread amongst all of them because they are all doing awful things as a whole. Their whole society is built on slavery. Their whole society is built on this abuse of power. So it's not just something that Garling would do. So I agree with you. This is something that is, these sorts of horrible abuses of life are common practice with them. And I would rather our anger, like you said, I would rather our anger be directed towards all of them. I'd rather our anger be directed towards the establishment as a whole rather than one guy at the top of the establishment, because then it puts us in this frame of thinking where, well, if we replace Garling with a good guy, then maybe the Celestial Dragons could be good. Because it's Garling doing all the fucked up shit. Oh, well, if we replace the Gorosei with good Celestial Dragons, like if all of them were Miosgard, then, if we took Miosgard and had 5 Miosgards and we made all of them the Gorosei, then the world would be a peaceful place. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Because Miosgard, for a good chunk of his life, was just as bad as the rest of them. And even in his final moments, I mean, it's not like he was he's like 180, totally flipped person. He probably still has some tendencies. It's just like, it's not... I'd rather just blame it on all of them. You know what I mean? So I completely agree. Tasmorn, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. He said, let's see what the question is. Could there be room for Ginny to have been preggers when or before she was captured? It's more probable she is Celestial Dragon's spawn, but Bonnie could have been raised in the same oppression to be freed to her cage of Kuma's church, pre-age fruit, bound to Vegapunk. Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying here. So you're saying that it's 2 years. It's a 2-year time span. And Bonnie was born somewhere in those 2 years because Ginny was pregnant when she went to marry Joie already, and we just didn't know. I'm willing to welcome that idea. It would definitely throw the blue scale thing up in the air. It would make blue scale a lot more difficult to explain, because then we could say, if it is Kuma's baby, then it's like, why did she get blue scale from Kuma, right? It just, to me, something about that isn't, I don't know, it's not so nice and neat, because we also have to explain why Ginny was perfectly fine, gets to marry Joie, and then comes back with this disease. It's not so neat to me. I feel like that needs a little bit more, like if it was Kuma's baby, yeah, I don't know, then where would she get the blue scale from? Is it just like some random cruel trick that they did on her? And then why does Bonnie have it in that case? Did they give it to the baby too? Did she have the baby while she was in marriage? Well, I guess that could work for what you're saying. Like maybe Bonnie was born in Marijois, you know, and they were stuck there. Ginny and Bonnie were stuck in Marijois for a while, and then they subjected both of them to this disease or whatever for their entertainment. Maybe. I could see that happening. Obviously Bonnie was born there, or at least right at the tail end before Ginny escaped. I can't imagine escaping Marijois would be very easy or doable if you were pregnant, or carrying a child in your arms. So there's also the possibility that Bonnie was born on the boat. Could have been that Bonnie was born on the boat. So that's something we'll have to get answered. But very interesting, interesting proposition. Dexter, thank you for the members message. He said, the air in Celestial Dragons could contain something curing them. Oh, shit. The helmets protect them from suffering the effects of blue scale. The Celestial Dragon wear those astronaut suits. It also explains why their bodies are so heavily covered up, right? Like, it's not just that they're wearing weird outfits. It's not just that it's like a weird, like, astronaut looking suit, but they're like totally suited up. They got the gloves, they got the thick astronaut outfit, the shoes, like the boots or whatever. Like, they got the full, they are fully decked out in this like top to bottom covered outfit, and the only part that's uncovered on their body is their head, and even then their head is encased in like a you know, like a bubble. Their helmet. I like that. I mean, that could be it. That could be an explanation. Maybe they all have it. Maybe they all have this disease, and the only reason it hasn't spread on them is because of that. It wouldn't explain the God Knights, though. I wonder if there's a difference there. The God Knights and the Goro say don't wear helmets. Mr. Rubix, thank you for the $5. He said, completely agree that Saturn is probably not the dad. However, food for thought, blue sapphire is associated with Saturn. Look up the Neelam stone. Yeah, I mean, the tough thing with like jewel associations, it's kind of like, it's tough. It's tough. I've seen multiple jewels get associated with more than 1 month. Like, I know there's like all these connections. I've looked into this in the past for like other videos. Thing is with jewels, I feel like a lot of them, they have like overlapping symbolism, or they connect to like 5 different things, and not just like I don't know. It's like, it's a little finicky. It's a little, that type of symbolism might be tough, but we'll see. Let's look on Wikipedia. Yeah. So yeah, so I see what you're saying. On the Wikipedia page, the association with Saturn is a Hindu belief specifically. So that's cool. But then, I wonder what outside of Hindu culture, the sapphire might be associated with other gods or planets. But I'd have to look into that more. This is interesting though. I'll check it out. Tosmore, thank you for the $20. Appreciate it, bro. You're really you're pulling through with the donations today, my friend. That's very nice. Thank you. He said, PSA, sapphire scale, sapphirous scar, similar to how we'd say syphilis mark or scar. Not to get too graphic, but blue-black lesions that are hard and flaky. One of the most common STIs for human history. It's rare nowadays. It could be that this is a blue waffle situation. This could be blue waffle. Yeah, I don't really want to talk much more on that because for the sake of the stream here. But I do. It could be like Oda's version of that. It could be like an STI. I mean, I think there might be something more like mystical or otherworldly behind the genesis of this disease that comes from a human celestial relation. But it could just be a scientific like, oh, this is just an STI thing as a result of inbreeding. I don't know. I just don't know if the manga's gonna go there because it's a shonen, Young Usopp, thank you for the 5, my friend. He said, I have a feeling Chopper will figure out that Bonnie has a disease and will cure it. Maybe Sapphire disease is made to make people trophies for the CDs. That's another interesting idea. I like the trophy idea. The big question right now is, does Bonnie still have it? Does Bonnie still have the disease? Right? I don't know if she does, because she's older than 10. And the doctor said Bonnie would die at 10 years old or whatever. So something changed. The scales that used to be on Bonnie's cheek are no longer there. So maybe she's already cured? I don't know if Chopper has to cure Bonnie. It could be that maybe she still has it and it like receded or something. Maybe it's as a result of her fruit power, she's able to turn back time on her body and reduce the gems or something like that. I don't know. I could see that being the case. All right. Well, yeah, really cool ideas, guys. I think... Here, let me just double check. Let me see. Bonnie doesn't have these things on her cheek still, right? Is it just... It's like a cheek ring. She has like a ring there. Yeah. The jewels are gone. She has a cheek piercing. So, yeah, I mean... I don't know. I think she's cured already. Something happened. Something between now and the end of Kuma's flashback is going to explain what happened to Bonnie's disease. And yeah, Casey, I agree with that. These diseases just made Doc Q's fruit a lot scarier. Doc Q is a lot scarier. When you think about white lead disease, sapphire scale, I mean especially sapphire scale, you give that to someone that's in direct sunlight and they just basically go vampire mode immediately. They scale up and harden in front of the sun. That's a broken power. That is insane. So yeah, Doc Q is very scary. There. I agree, Kiba. Vegapunk might have cured her. I think that might be the explanation. Duarte says, don't say the jewels are gone. She has a new piece of jewelry in her cheek now. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, like, blue scale is not going to create a ring on your cheek. I know what you're saying, though, but yeah. She got another piece of jewelry there, kind of like as a callback to what Kuma said. Maybe she does that out of love for her father. But obviously the blue scale, the little scabs of blue scale there are gone. So something happened, and I'm willing to believe that Vegapunk cured it. That's actually a good idea, guys. I like that train of thought. All right, so we got the chapter out of the way. I'm sorry, that definitely took way longer than I had originally planned. I think that was like 45 minutes to an hour of discussing the chapter. But we got the review out of the way. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Now, let's go on to the second segment of our stream. We're going to close out the stream today with some theory review. I got 3 theories pulled up for us. And we're going to be starting... well, we'll get to that in a second. But we got 3 theories for us today. And for those that have not been on one of these streams before, the way that we do theory review around here is, or at least the way I like to do it, I used to do it where I had a playlist and we just shuffle the playlist, and I still haven't given up on that idea. But we're going to do something a little bit more like the old theory review today. So the typical rules for these is we watch 3 One Piece theories in a row. We decide what we think of them, if we like them, if we didn't like them. I'll be giving my thoughts and reactions. And at the end of the stream, we, as a chat, are going to vote on our favorite theory of the day, and then we're going to, crown that the theory of the week. So in the past, I had a running playlist that I would just shuffle through, but today I wanted to get some theories that are a little bit more focused on current events, and I wanted to handpick them. So I got one theory from a small channel, one theory from a medium channel, and one theory from a large channel. So we're going to give everyone some exposure. And the first theory we're going to be going over today is a video by Tainted Marth, who's a viewer in the chat. He's actually a mod in the chat as well. He got his start with his channel, I think, now. It's been a while. It's been like 6 months or so. So he's been cooking on YouTube, and he's very close to 500 subs. So he's almost halfway to 1,000. And we're going to watch his theory, the Devil in Mary Joie, Imu-sama's Icy Grip, One Piece theory. So I'm assuming this is a theory of, I'm assuming this is a theory about Imu's true powers. And I know that, so Chaozu and Johannes mentioned that Par didn't get to defend his title last time. The problem is Par hasn't made any theories recently, if I'm not mistaken. He's been, busy with family life and streaming and all that stuff. So he hasn't had any new theories, if I'm not mistaken. He hasn't had any new theories come out lately. So it's kind of hard to do that, if the whole point of defending the title is like, you have a theory to put in the running. But the last one was like from 4 or 5 months ago. So unfortunately, I'm just going to kind of put the champion belt title defense thing on hold, and I just kind of handpicked these for today. Ones that looked interesting to me, ones that I thought would bring some interesting ideas to the table. So we're just gonna do that. Okay, thank you for the $20, D. LaJoyboy. He said, you just triggered my blue waffle PTSD. I pretty much forgot all about that, rip. Also, thoughts on Kuma pushing out the disease and takes it on himself, thus leading him to need to turn into a cyborg. Oh shit, that's also a great idea. I love that. I love that idea. So you think that Kuma, to save Bonnie's life, took out the blue scale, put it in himself, and then underwent the cyborg procedure so that the blue scale wouldn't be the thing to kill him. That's a great idea. That's also tragic as hell, man. That's tragic as hell. I would cry if that ends up being the reveal. Yeah, Sebastian Lopez with a similar idea. Thank you for the €5, bro. He said, perhaps the bubble has the disease. It will return to Bonnie or someone else has to take it. I don't know if the disease is in the memory bubble, because there has been a distinction made between like the pain bubbles and the memory bubbles. They are two different things. So the pain bubbles return to the original, and this is a distinction I learned about after the last chapter, or not this one, but the one prior. The pain bubbles return to the original owner. If you remove a pain bubble from someone, eventually it goes back unless someone takes the pain on instead. A memory bubble does not. As far as I know, and the wiki said this too, the memory bubbles do not return to their original user. You pop out the memory, it stays there, which is why the bubble stayed in that room that Vegapunk had locked up. It wasn't moving because it was not a pain bubble. It was a memory bubble. So I don't think that bubble had the disease in it. If anything, I'd imagine Kuma took that disease onto himself already. But I do love this train of thought that you guys are on, that like the disease could have been in one of the bubbles, or Kuma used his power to take it out. I think that's a really cool idea also. All right, so before we start the theory review, I'm going to just take a short couple-minute intermission, and then when I get back, we're just going to get right into it, get cracking. So I will be right back. And I'll catch you guys in a few minutes. We are back. So we got a theory review. Let's write this down on the board. Theory review. We got our theory review today. Oh, Mike's kind of in the way of that. And so is the chat. Hold on a second. Alright, so, I'm not even going to bother messing with the layout right now. I got to figure out a better way to make this all fit on the screen in like a good way that doesn't block shit. Maybe I'll put the chat on the bottom, like here. Maybe this is a good spot for the chat in the future. I don't know. Whatever. Alright, guys. Well, we got our first theory of the day today. Tainted Marth, the Devil in Marijois, Imusama's Icy Grip. I apologize if the volume is not going to be, like, if I need to raise the volume or something for you guys, just let me know in the chat. It's kind of hard to do, like, volume mixing in real time on stream, so just let me know if I need to raise the volume or something. But for now, let's let it rip. First theory, let's go. Oh, wait, this is really low. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. I have to before I get I have to just mess with some volume. Hold on. Okay. Hopefully we're good there. Yeah, that should be good. All right. Let me reread the blurb here. Ice contains no future, just the past sealed away. As if they're alive, everything in the world is sealed up inside, clear and distinct. Ice can preserve all kinds of things that way, cleanly, clearly. That's the essence of ice, the role it plays. Haruki Murakami. I do need a fatter marker, Johannes. These are the markers that came with it, unfortunately. I should do that, though. You're right. Fire and ice. Some say the world will end in fire, some say ice. From what I've tasted of desire, I hold with those who favor fire. But if it had to perish twice, I think I know enough of hate to say that for destruction ice is also great and would suffice. Robert Frost. I cannot say that this is the correct way. Justice changes based on your perspective. If you are defeated by me, your dream will never come true. Kuzan. Eiichiro Oda. Okay. Oh, the magic circle. That's the same magic, almost the same magic circle, but that's got a upside down pentagram in there. The satanic version. Actually, Killer, we did the accountability check at the beginning of the stream. I think we kind of went through it a little bit quickly, but we did do it.
In One Piece, ice could be more important than you might think. In my opinion, it would.
Let me know though if you got some updates for that list that you want to let me know. Please let me know in the chat, man. I'd love to hear it. Sorry, Marth.
Ice could be more important than you might think. In my opinion, it will play a huge role in the future. And ice and snow will also be significant protagonists in the past of the series. Oda keeps mixing up Japanese mythology with mythologies and stories from other regions of the world, and I think I might have found some hints that suggest Imu could be indeed a snow queen. Imu might have several powers, and one of them could be related to ice and snow. As I mentioned in another video of mine, I think that Imu is able to store and lend out powers to the people who serve under them. We have seen Imu infusing the Gorosei with shadow-like shapes when Zabo tried to rescue Cobra. The shadows looked like demonic animals and other entities. In one of the latest chapters, we see Saint J. Garcia taking on the form of a giant spider hybrid. This form was not seen when he transformed for the first time. A pentagram appeared on the ground and Garcia kinda got summoned out of it, even though he's supposed to be on a ship. Does that mean his physical body is still on the ship or did he teleport? This is still unclear. But one thing is clear, Emu must either be a demonic entity that is able to give powers to its pawns, or Emu has made a pact with some kind of devil to do these things. Could this be the reason why devil fruits exists in the first place? What did Saint Emu of House Narona do 800 years ago? Did they really form a pact with the devil? Was it perhaps the so-called Satan Summer that the people on Namakura Island tried to summon when Brook appeared there thanks to Kuma? Satan, the king of demons. These people try to get even with the Long-Armed tribe and offer their immortal souls to the Lord of Demons. That's curious. What do they mean by immortal souls? Do they just believe that their souls are immortal even after death? Or do they actually know that?
I love the
German
atmosphere so
tragedy,
far.
Faust, is considered by many as the greatest work of German literature. To put it shortly, in Faust, the scholar Heinrich Faust summons the devil to change his life. He wants to gain more knowledge and might. To do this, he draws a pentagram on the floor of his bedroom and calls on to the devil with magic words. He hopes that the devil will be able to fulfill his dreams. And the devil actually appears. His name is Mephistopheles, and he offers Faust to serve him and give him everything he wants in exchange for his soul. I will not spoil the end of the story in case you actually want to read it. The story about Faust is very well known.
I won't spoil it either, but man, it's a good end. It's a good story. It's a classic. I mean, it's one of the most important tales
known throughout the world, and I'm certain that Oda drew inspiration from it. Back to the cultists who tried to summon Satan.
I can see where
they
he's
got
going.
broke instead. But what if the original 20 families, the leaders of the world, really summoned this Satan Summer? To gain knowledge and power to best the ancient kingdom. I think that's possible. And I also think that they were pretty smart in doing this. At least one of them was. Saint Emu of the Narona family. They made a pact with the devil so he would grant them knowledge and power in order to beat the ancient kingdom. And he gave it to them in the form of the devil fruits. Saint Emo was smart though, and wished for a power to control all the others. And while perhaps most of the original founders have paid their toll to the devil in the form of their souls, Saint Emo is still alive, even 800 years later. And there was something else, a blunder. A blunder without which were no pirates chasing the poneglyphs in pursuit of treasure. Lily's blunder. The poneglyphs. Vexing relics. Somehow, Lily was the reason for these to get scattered all over the world, intentionally or not. But why does Emo call them vexing relics? Just because they tell stories of what happened in the past? Or is it because they tell in very detail what exactly happened in the past and how it was done? Is the secret about the powers that roam the world written down on the poneglyphs? And why does the government not try to recover them? Surely that would have not been too hard, at least not for the obvious ones like on Fishman Island. 800 years ago, in the Wano country, the clan of master stonemasons known as Kosuke family invented these indestructible block-shaped steels for the purpose of recording important history on them while preventing it from being destroyed. There are several reasons.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep pausing. I love this video so far. Please go show it some love. I'm going to post it in the chat right now. Is it this one? This is the link, right? Without all the extra crap on it? Yeah. Okay. I'm posting this in the chat. Please go show some love to Marth. This is a great video. And sub to him if you haven't already. I'm loving the way that this is being narrated and explained and built up, and the atmosphere and everything is great. I'm really enjoying this so far. Yo, see you later, Killer. He said, gotta go. Have a great stream. Thank you, bro. Take it easy, man. I hope you have a good one. Yeah, please go check this video out.
Reasons to assume
and,
that they were once one big
Marth.
stone. So basically, the poneglyphs are there to bring the truth to the world. Keep that in mind for a bit. I was telling you all this, but you might wonder what was the talk about the Snow Queen earlier then. Let's get to it. There's a famous fairy tale called The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen. In it, there is a mirror called the Troll Mirror or Devil Mirror that makes everything it reflects ugly and distorted and magnifies their bad and ugly aspects. The devil's minions take the mirror all over the world to distort everything, then carry it up to the heaven to mock God and the angels. As they approach heaven, the mirror trembles and falls, shattering into billions of pieces. Sounds familiar? It's an inversion. The mirror distorts the truth while the poneglyphs reveal it. Emu mentioned in chapter 1085 that there was an incident involving Nefertari the Lily
Hold
that
on,
caused the
I'm running that
poneglyph
back.
jets. that makes everything Hans Christian
The
Andersen.
Snow Queen. Okay.
That makes everything it reflects ugly and distorted, and magnifies their bad and ugly aspects. The devil's minions take the mirror all over the world to distort everything, then carry it up to the heaven to
That's a
mock God
really
and the
cool
angels.
inversion. I like
As
that.
they approach heaven, the mirror trembles and falls, shattering into billions of pieces. Sounds familiar? It's an inversion. The mirror distorts the truth while the poneglyphs reveal it. Imu mentioned in chapter 1085 that there was an incident involving Nefertari the Lily that caused the poneglyphs to be shattered across the world. In the fairy tale, the fragments of the mirror get stuck in people's hearts and eyes, giving them a cold and bitter disposition. In One Piece, the poneglyphs were left in guardianship of the descendants of the ancient civilizations, who guarded them from the
He was
people
Danish,
seeking
the
to destroy
author?
them,
Chad.
as they inherit the true
That's
history
Chad.
about what happened. Imu states, the release of the poneglyphs was the worst
I'm
possible
learning a lot
outcome for
today.
us. So in the fairy tale of the Snow Queen, the mirror fragments make everything appear ugly, and the
I love
people who
that.
carry them bitter and unable to see the true form of reality. In One Piece, the poneglyphs kinda do the opposite. They bring light upon history and make people realize the truth. When you look at the picture in chapter 1085, you can see the poneglyphs in the air above the red line. Did they actually get carried away by a gigantic explosion, or did they really get carried away by the power of the Nikyo Nikyo no Mi? So again, the devil's minions made a great blunder when they let the mirror fall down and shatter into pieces. Was Lily in charge of bringing the poneglyphs from Wano to Marie Joas, and when they reached it, Lily made a great blunder by sending them all over the world? At some point, Lily must have had a change of heart as she refused to stay at Marie Joas. So maybe she learned something that made her commit the great blunder. Maybe she wanted to keep the truth out there, so that one day people could learn it. But back to the Snow Queen. In the story of the Snow Queen, a little girl named Gerda goes out on an adventure to get Kai, a boy who lost his happiness due to a piece of the mirror getting into his eye and heart. The pieces of the mirror made him become cruel and aggressive. He destroys things around him, and he makes fun of Gerda's grandmother. And he no longer cares about Gerda, since everyone now appears bad and ugly to him. Then one day, the Snow Queen took him and he lived in a palace of ice far up in the north. Gerda goes on a long and challenging journey to find Kai. In the end, she manages to find him. Gerda runs up to Kai and kisses him, and he is saved by the power of her love. Gerda weeps warm tears on him, melting his heart and burning away the mirror splinter in it. As a result, Kai bursts into tears, which dislodge the splinter from his eye, and he becomes cheerful and healthy again. He remembers Gerda, and the two dance and leave the Snow Queen's palace. Alright, you might be thinking, what on earth is that guy telling me all that for? Well, I already tried to make a connection between the poneglyphs and the mirror in the Snow Queen story. Now what if at some point Imo actually really steals the joy from Luffy or his ability? We saw how Imo infused the Gorosei with
Literally
Devil Fruit
stealing
powers.
the joy.
What if Imo can not only grant powers but also take them away? What if Luffy actually gets kidnapped in a moment of weakness and they take his smile? Remember Nightmare Luffy? It could be this, just way more depressive. What if Luffy loses all his hope, optimism and joy because the Snow Queen Emu takes him into his custody? Do you remember that Luffy said he felt much more joyous after eating the fruit? What if this is taken away? Remember, there is a huge straw hat in the freezer beneath Marijoras. What if Emo already pulled off this stunt once already with Joy Boy? By the way, the boy's name, Kai. Its meaning is warrior, or as a short form for Jirah, brave spear. So, if Luffy gets actually captured by the Snow Queen, who's gonna be Gerda? The meaning of Gerda can be guardian, peace or fertility. What if this time it's Vivi who rescues Luffy, reintegrating his smile and making him happy again? The mirror and the Snow Queen belong to a devil. What if the poneglyphs belong to a devil in One Piece too? For example, the ancient giants like Oars, or an actual devil who is responsible for the devil fruits. By the way, here is a quote from a woman Gerda meets on her journey to rescue Kai. "I can give her no greater power than she already has," said the woman. "Don't you see how strong that is? How men and animals are obliged to serve her? And how well she has got through the world, barefooted as she is. She cannot receive any power from me greater than she has now, which consists in her own purity and innocence of heart. If she cannot herself obtain access to the Snow Queen and remove the glass fragments from little Kai, we can do nothing to help her." Doesn't that sound awfully much like something out of One Piece? And I am not just metaphorically referring to Imo as Snow Queen. Remember Oars? Found frozen in the land of ice? The frozen straw hat beneath Marijora's? The Hie Hie no Mi? The Yuki Yuki no Mi? The Jewel Ice Sheet? Iceberg? Drum Island? Puffing Ice? A literal Snow Queen. And let's not forget Ice Oni. Created by, you guessed it, Queen. You may take all of this as tinfoil fringe theory stuff, but the hints are everywhere. Let's stay with the Ice Oni for a bit, to be more precise, with Japanese folklore. Is there an entity in Japanese myths that could be compared to a Snow Queen? Well, I would not ask this if I didn't have an answer, right? Yes, there is. It's called Yuki-onna. And here things come full circle, because there is a story about a moon princess that was so bored that she wanted to know how life on Earth is. So she came down to Earth together with Snow, but was unable to go back to the moon. And boy, oh do we love our moon theories in One Piece. Oh, and by the way, this Yuki-onna entity was also known for taking children away and misleading people into snowstorms. Her appearance is described as follows. Yuki-onna appears on snowy nights as a tall, beautiful woman with long black hair and blue lips. Her inhumanly pale or even transparent skin makes her blend into the snowy landscape. Despite her inhuman beauty, her eyes can strike terror into mortals. She floats across the snow, leaving no footprints, and she can transform into a cloud of snow if threatened. Alright, maybe all of this is a bit much, but maybe you wonder how all this comes together. Why did I tell you all this stuff about the devil summoning in the beginning and now we are talking about Snow Queens? Well, you remember this guy? He has displayed that he can transfer his energy to an object like his cane sword, in which he summons the chill of the underworld.
Yeah.
Yomi no Reiki, allowing him to freeze his opponent
an ice
with
power,
ice
right?
created from his soul energy.
So
He is able to do that because he once visited the underworld and now is able to call upon some kind of powers from there.
So
He
if
uses-
Emu made a deal with the devil, like literally, and it has an actual power connection to the underworld, it being an ice power rather than like a fire thing would make a lot of sense, because if you picture like hell, you picture fire. But no. Hell is frozen over in the One Piece world, and in this case, could be that the underworld is the powers of the underworld are ice related. I really like that.
several ice attacks like Soul Parade, Ice Spun, Ice Wall, and Swallow Banderole, which all freeze their targets. Which leads me to my final point. Hell, or what is also called the underworld in One Piece, is not a hot place with lots of fire as we know it from our myths and legends. It is a cold place, and the devil who might have granted the power of devil fruits could possibly have given Saint Emu of Nerona family a power that is beyond the imagination.
Now that you put this clip in here, but you didn't talk about it, but the idea that Impel Down is a jail themed around the various circles of hell, with each layer of Impel Down being a different circle, and the deepest layer before you get to the secret layer, level 6, right? Because level 6 is not like a publicly, I'm pretty sure it's like not public knowledge. It's like kind of like a hidden thing. It's like extra deep. It's, as far as most people are aware, it's the 5 floors of Impel Down. I'm pretty sure. I might be misremembering that, but the fact that like the lowest layer is like the cold one. It's the freezing hell. I think that's another thing you could use.
Cold nightmares. And with it, Emu can infuse pawns with cruel and nightmarish abilities, or take away abilities and dreams from others. A cold-hearted Snow Queen.
Bravo, Marth. I gotta say, man, back from when you first started making your I remember when you put your first video up on the channel. I mean, from then to now, like, I can see the increase in effort and quality, and like you're building an atmosphere here. You got this great background music. You got a lot more like you're good at using the visuals to match what you're talking about, and do it in a way where like you have the cuts at the right points and it feels impactful. You have this nice build up to all the reveals towards the end of the video. I love it. This feels like a genuine like step up over the last thing I've watched from you. So it's clear that you're constantly improving. You're making better and better videos as you go, which is how it should be. I think every video you make doesn't necessarily have to be better than your last, but like the trend over time should be that your skill with editing, your skill with pacing, your skill with narrative delivery should improve because you get more experience, and I can definitely feel that here. I think this is a really, really fun watch. That was 14 minutes. It was 15 minutes, but I'll tell you, man, I've watched 10-minute theories that feel 3 times as long as this. Like, this did not feel like 15 minutes to me. This kind of blew by. I enjoyed that. I actually very much enjoyed that. And I've seen like other theories that are like 20 minutes long that feel like 40 minutes. I've seen videos that are like 8 minutes long and they feel like an eternity because they're just not great. But this is a 15-minute video that flew by. So yeah, bravo, man. Nice work. Nice work. That was a good watch. So I'm gonna write that down here. This is probably not gonna be legible, but we'll do it anyway. Ice Princess or Ice Queen, right? Is it Ice Queen? I'm assuming he's going for the Ice Queen, not Ice Princess. That's Moon Princess I'm thinking of. All right, so we got the Ice Queen theory. That's our first theory of the day. Great start, in my opinion. Let's go to the next one up. The next theory we got today is a video from Threevil. We haven't had anything from his channel in like a good minute, I'm pretty sure. We haven't watched a Threevil video on here. And he did start his a new channel. So he has Threevil, and then his old channel that was the original Threevil is, before I forget, I did like the video already, yes. So if you enjoyed the first theory by Marth, go like the video, go subscribe to him, leave him a nice comment, tell him that you're here from Theory Review maybe, or something, I don't know, just hype it up, you know? And yeah, so as I was saying with Threevil, he has his new channel now, and the old channel that was originally his main is now Threevil Live. So he's putting, I guess, other stuff on there, but this is the new main channel. And I don't think I've covered any theories from the new channel. So I wanted to do that, and I also wanted to help him out because obviously he's trying to build his subscriber base back up. So if you like Threevil's theories and you didn't know that he had a new channel now, go check out the one that's now currently named Threevil. And he's growing it up really fast. I mean, it's already back at like 15, almost 16K. So good for you, man. Let's watch this theory. I want to check this out. I haven't seen some of his. I'm curious as to what his thoughts have been on some of the recent chapters. So. This theory is, it's called This Buggy Theory. Makes way too much sense. And, you know, with the recent events, especially with God Valley, I consider myself a sucker for buggy theories. So I am excited for this one. I want to watch this. So let's give it a go. Another 15-minute theory. This should be as quick as the last one.
The year is 1997. Mangaka Ichiro Oda introduces the iconic character Buggy the Clown to his audience for the very first time in his work. Buggy's renowned for his knack for stumbling into unusual and unpredictable situations, like in chapter 233 when Buggy ventured to a Skull Island in search of Captain John's legendary treasure, which he erroneously believed to be there. Buggy found himself in a significant conflict only to realize he's on the wrong Skull Island. Fast forward to chapter 1096, we discover that the secret Skull Island known as Hachinosu is housing an item referred to as a crown jewel. Chapter 233 in hindsight seems to foreshadow chapter 1096.
Now what I will say, before I continue, also looking good 3, let me comment on the crown jewel thing. I was just talking to Dax Sake about this the other day. He brought to my attention the translation for that blurb of text where Garp is talking about the crown jewel of Pirate Island. So apparently in the official translation, it gets translated as just, I'm pretty sure, treasure or something like that. And Dak asked me, like, what's the actual translation here? Because in the original Japanese, in the TCB it says crown jewel, in the official it says treasure. Is there any wording in the original Japanese that would indicate that it's not just the word for treasure? Maybe it's something specific like crown jewel, or would involve the word for crown or kanji for crown or jewel in there or something. I looked at the raws. He got me the raw scans. I took a look at them, and it's just the word for treasure. I don't know if I'm missing something, or maybe it's because I'm an amateur, when it comes to Japanese. But the word that they used, the kanji, was takara, which is just the word for treasure or wealth. So there's no crown jewel, and this is not on Threeville. This is on TCB, actually. This is on the original translation. I get that they, the wording crown jewel is kind of just implies treasure, but there's like, I don't know, there's a little bit of embellishment there in calling it a crown jewel, because it kind of implies certain things, like, yeah, it's a treasure. Yeah, it's the treasure of Pirate Island, but it's like the crown jewel, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, obviously there's synonyms, but like the way that the crown jewel wording happens, like you could fucking, I don't know, like you could construe that as meaning something a little bit more specific or significant than what the word treasure tells you. Treasure could be pretty much anything. Like treasure could be like, it could be a chest full of gold. It could be a jewel. It could be a crown. But it doesn't necessarily imply crown. Like crown jewel almost implies like it's an individual object. Like it's a single object that is like the treasure of the island. Like the crown jewel. The crown jewel, right? As opposed to the treasure of Pirate Island could mean a number of different things. It could mean a collection of things. Duarte, thank you for that distinction. It's the difference between being a treasure and the treasure. Like the wording there makes a difference. So I will just say on the translation behalf for the TCB version, crown jewel, I actually have to change the title of my last video. The crown jewel thing is just an embellishment of the wording. All Garp said was, that's what you get for stealing the treasure of Pirate Island. So unfortunately, theories and stuff that are going to be based on the whole idea of the crown jewel name being significant, there actually is no crown jewel. It's just treasure. So unfortunate.
Because the correct Skull Island Buggy seeks is Hachinosu. Notably, Hachinosu is being implied by Ichiro Oda to hold a special rabbit through such dialogue present in the God Valley flashback. A deeper analysis of the God Valley flashback reveals that the world government refers to persons as rabbits, meaning Hachinosu could have a special rabbit or a special person. What's even more intriguing is that Ichiro Oda may have cleverly used wordplay right in front of our eyes. In Japanese, the letters L and R are interchangeable, which is why it's so mind-blowing to learn that Raftel is actually Laugh-Tail. With that being the case, I'm going to reveal to you Buggy's true name. It's Buggy the crown jewel of Hachinosu Island.
Yeah, so this is significantly impacted by that translation, and this is why I have always emphasized a couple things. Number one, getting all the translations, looking at the translations with like word-based theories. Like when it's like a word-based theory, I emphasize like you got to get the proper translation, because otherwise we're gonna theorize about stuff that actually isn't canon. And obviously this was probably before. This is from a week and a half ago. But it's tough, man. It's tough because now I'm wondering how much of this is going to be based around the crown clown dynamic that is now, as we've just established, is actually not present anywhere in the discussion of Hachinosu or the manga. So, but let's push on ahead.
100 more mind-blowing.
If it's getting nerfed too hard by the translation thing, I'm going to pick another video.
Evidences for today's theory that is going to make you lose your mind. But before we jump into this theory, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to never miss the sickest One Piece theory videos on all of YouTube. And my previous channel was hacked at 33,000 subscribers, so make sure you're subscribed to this brand new channel. Like seriously, scroll down and double check. And one more thing, in today's video I hid a picture of Carrot. It looks like this. If you manage to find it, comment down below the correct timestamp for a special prize. Mangaka Ichiro Oda presents the iconic character Buggy the Clown to his readership for the very first
Challenge
instance
accepted.
in this creation. Buggy was introduced all the way back in chapter 9 as early as the Orange Town arc. He seems to be a very silly character, quite the jester, but let's talk about a specific instance that he had in the pre-time skip. Around chapter 233, we see that Buggy and his crew sails to an island, specifically a Skull Island, and they said that they were there in search of Captain John's legendary treasure. This is the very first mention, the very first instance we ever heard about this Captain John's treasure. Jumping into the future, we know that in chapter 1096, Hachinosu Island was said to have a special crown jewel, and we know that this crown jewel must be a treasure of some sort, so let's dive a little bit deeper into why this matters. We know that when Buggy went to the original Skull Island, chapter 233, he got arrested and there was no legendary treasure there. This is Oda's way of saying, hey readers, Buggy went to the wrong Skull Island. The correct Skull Island is going to be Hachinosu. And I even have a video from over a year ago talking about why Hachinosu will eventually have this grand treasure revealed.
I'm going to stop pausing after this, but I just want to say, just to redeem the video also, because the clown crown thing, what he's saying here actually still works, right? The idea that the original Skull Island that Buggy went to was the wrong Skull Island, and the real one with Captain John's treasure was Hachinosu makes sense, because as we know now, that was the base of the Rock's pirates, right? The Rocky Port incident with was it Wang Shi that was there? I'm pretty sure that was also said. So like clearly some of the Rock's pirates still had connections and affiliations with Hachinosu. So it's very possible that the treasure, that Captain John's treasure that Buggy does want to find is on Hachinosu, just not for the reasons that are being outlined with the crown clown dynamic, but for different reasons that could still completely be the case. So I just want to say this is a really interesting idea, and I think that the fact that the first island Buggy went to looking for the treasure also was a skull-shaped one, that's a detail that could matter, that could actually play into this.
With Buggy going to the wrong Skull Island, so it seems like it's crystallizing right now. Now, it's also essential to bear in mind that One Piece, being a Japanese manga, often experiences challenges in translation, causing many nuances to be lost in the process. In Japanese, the letters L and R are essentially one, and they are used interchangeably in Japanese dialect. That's why you hear people say things like Rufy, Zolo, Arabasta, etc. We could go on all day. But one of the most infamous examples of this is Raftel being Laugh-Tail, which by the way is one of the biggest mysteries in the entire story. So I strongly believe that Oda is setting up a plot twist. He is setting up some wordplay with Buggy, with his true name being Buggy the Crown. In the case of Buggy, his primary objective in the narrative isn't even the pursuit of the One Piece as Luffy's is. Again, we know that Buggy wanted Captain John's treasure when he met Luffy all the way back in Impel Down. And there's gonna be another clue in this specific moment that's going to blow your mind, that's going to foreshadow Buggy the Crown. When Buggy was expressing how bad he wanted to find Captain John's treasure, he looks at Luffy's arm and sees a jewel. Buggy then goes on to explain how he needs this jewel because it's going to lead him to this grand treasure. Again, Hachinosu has a crown jewel. Buggy the Crown, the jewel that leads to the island. This theory is going to go a lot deeper. I hope you're enjoying it so far. In chapter 1095, the revelation of the God Valley incident finally unveils a significant backstory, introducing a multitude of prominent characters that contribute substantial context to the narrative. Throughout the God Valley incident, we see how the celestial dragons like to refer to people as rabbits, and then they also said that they have special rabbits and rare rabbits that are worth even more. The reason why Oda keeps drilling this into our head and keeps repeatedly showing us Hachinosu throughout the God Valley incident is because Oda's building up to reveal that the crown jewel is a special rabbit. And again, being that rabbits are people, I would argue that these rare rabbits and these special rabbits are special people. Now, who is this special person that Oda could use the Rock's pirates in the narrative to work with? Buggy the Clown. It would make a lot of sense for Roxy Zebek the captain to entrust his son with Captain John, a fellow crew member. They would basically hide Buggy in their hometown, kind of like how Shanks was hidden in his hometown of God Valley. Which, by the way, let's take a look at One Piece Volume 4 Billion, because there's a lot of evidences within that argue for today's theory. It was finally revealed that Shanks was found as a baby on God Valley, and he was specifically hidden in a special treasure chest. And this was actually a long-running theory that I was dying on the hill hidden in a special treasure chest.
Is this a real, is this like a fan-made panel, or is this real? I don't remember where, is this from Volume 4 Billion? I don't, if it is, I'm curious about Shanks's baby pajamas there with the sun and the moon. I have Volume 4 Billion. Let me see if I can pull it up and see if that panel is in there. It's not related to the theory, but I find it just interesting. Yeah, here we go. They redrew it. Okay. Yeah, because I don't... Yeah, okay, so this is the one that's... The actual volume 4 billion is that. So... Yeah. Yeah, no patterns on the clothes. I guess that was a fan edition.
Chest. And this was actually a long-running theory that I was dying on the hill for years on years. Now think about it, if Buggy is the treasure of Hachinosu, how ironic would it be for both Shanks and Buggy to be in treasure chests, making them parallel yet again? But upon closer examination, it becomes evident that Oda's storytelling is far more intricate and nuanced than it initially seems. So we're gonna go over a few parallels because it's quite important to today's theory. We know that Buggy has blue hair and Shanks has red hair, which is traditionally known as a famous dynamic. We also know that Buggy believes the North Pole is colder, while Shanks believe that the South Pole is colder. We also Buggy has blue hair and Shanks has red hair, which is traditionally known as a famous dynamic. We also know that Buggy
red versus blue, is that like a just like red and blue being like opposing colors? I guess. Is it traditionally known as that though? Is it like a
Buggy believes the North Pole is colder, while Shanks believe that the South Pole is colder. And Buggy was an apprentice who took the path of luck to Yonko, while Shanks was an apprentice who took the path of strength to Yonko. So with a multitude of parallels and inversions between Buggy and Shanks, it becomes quite clear that they are meant to be foil characters. So if Shanks was hidden inside of a treasure chest in his home base of God Valley, it would make a lot of sense if Buggy was the crown jewel treasure of Hachinosu hidden in a treasure chest in his home base. Which would essentially mean that Buggy has been searching for himself this whole time, Mr. Fail Upwards. Now we can actually examine the Roger Pirates to identify further parallels that establish Shanks and Buggy as foil characters. We know that in Odin's flashback, Roger said he had babies on board of a ship, and over a year ago I theorized that it was Shanks and Buggy. We later figured out that Shanks was a baby found at God Valley through One Piece volume 4 billion. So I would argue that Shanks' foil character Buggy must be the other baby, the crown jewel of Hachinosu that the Pirate King found. Now when we think about the character of Goldie Roger, we know that he doesn't believe in sins of father. This is why Roger went to Garp and said, hey, can you take care of my son? I don't want him taking on the sins of his father. So essentially, Roger adopted Shanks even if he's connected to Figurlin Garling, an enemy. And Roger is also adopting Buggy, the son of Zebek, who is also an enemy, making this very thematic. Even basic aspects of real life knowledge play into the parallels between Shanks and Buggy. We know that every anchor has a part called the shank, which is there to keep it stable in the water. Shanks plays that exact role by keeping the world stable, by keeping the world in balance. Yet his foil character Buggy is nothing but complete chaos everywhere he goes. So Shanks having celestial dragon blood in him is a perfect inversion to Buggy D Crown having D Clan blood in him. Now let's pause for a moment and shift our focus to Blackbeard, because believe it,
I agree, Sword Egg. I'm because of the Buggy potentially being Rox's son idea, I'm interested to see if he expands on that at all in this video, even if the other stuff doesn't work.
or not, he is poised to play a significant role in today's theory. Now again, Hachinosu was said to have a crown jewel, which was the home base of the Rocks Pirates, the home base of Roxy Zebek. If Buggy was the son of Roxy Zebek, then that is a narrative tie between the two characters of Buggy and Zebek. But more importantly, that would mean that Cross Guild inadvertently works under a crown jewel, which becomes even crazier when you think about the parallels between the Rocks Pirates and Cross Guild. For an example, both syndicates are composed of pirates who at some point became a Yonko but came together to make one big score. And may I also add that it's no coincidence by Oda that out of all imagery they could use for the marine bounties, they chose to use crowns. The connections we are delving into today between Buggy and Zebek run profoundly, and it's clear that Oda's weaving them together with a deliberate intention. A moment ago, we mentioned a few parallels between Cross Guild and the Rocks Pirates, but did you know that Buggy's own crew also parallels the Rocks Pirates? Beast Tamer Moji is a parallel to King of the Beast Kaido. Pet Lion Richie is a parallel to Golden Lion Shiki. And Iron Mace Alvida is a parallel to Big Mom. Additionally, let's briefly discuss Gaimon, a character long relegated to obscurity but poised to play a significant role in the context of Captain John's legendary treasure. Now in the pre-time skip, we know that Buggy went to the island of Gaimon, which was holding 6 treasure chests but empty. This parallels the God Valley incident, which also had 6 treasure chests and raided by Roxy Zebek himself. The symbolism of Gaimon working towards no treasure fits that of Buggy searching for no treasure. Captain John's treasure is Buggy himself.
Oh, fuck.
Buggy will find this.
So even though this is not where he's going with it, bringing up the number of chests and the connection to God Valley just gave me a super dark theory. Like, I don't know if this is what he might mention this in the video, but I just had this horrible dark idea. You ready for this? So the island that Gaimon went to, the island of strange animals, the reason there's no people on that island anymore is because that island was once subject to the Celestial Dragons games. And those 6 chests that are up there are the prizes that were given out, and they just left the chests behind. And Gaimon and everyone else, they got to the island thinking there was some treasure there because of the chests, but they didn't know where the actual chests came from. It turns out those chests were claimed a long time ago when the games happened. And that Gaimon's island is actually a former victim, or is a victim of the games that have happened there in the past. So there's no people there anymore, and there's just these empty chests. That's a dark idea, actually. That's really fucked up to think about. Like, oh man, wow. Look. Even if the theory that came from, like, even if this doesn't totally work anymore because of the crown translation problem there, crown jewel. That, just the fact that came out of this video, I'll give it credit for that. I think that was a cool. I never put together that Gaimon. There was 6 chests on Gaimon's island. That's really crazy.
This lack of treasure, revealing he's the son of the man who is searching for treasure chests as well, Roxy Zebek. In this latter half of the video, I'm going to supply you with more arguments as to why Buggy is the offspring of Zebek and how it intricately ties into Captain John's treasure. We know that during the Grand War of Marineford, Buggy randomly decided he wanted to become king of the world, which ironically connects to Sengoku's dialogue, because when we learned about God Valley, he said that Zebek too wanted to become king of the world. Now I know someone's going to dive onto the keyboard and start talking about Starry, since he too said he wanted to become king of the world. But the important context of that is he was shown the empty throne, and it was explained to him why there's no one ruler of the world. This inspired him to blurt out how he wants to become king of the world, versus Buggy, who said it completely out of nowhere. Next, I'll present you with a family tree and provide compelling arguments that prove the accuracy of this family tree. I am arguing that Roger and Zebek are will sources, Ace and Buggy are their sons, and Luffy and Blackbeard are the will inheritors. Shifting our attention back to Marineford, there are compelling arguments that support the theory of Roxy Buggy that emerged during this arc, so let's delve into them. We know that during Marineford, Mihawk said that Luffy was said to have a crazy power letting him build friendship and alliances very easily. I would argue that Buggy too has the same power as Luffy. Look at all of the alliances throughout the story that Buggy's able to build. Look at his ride or die crew. Look at the Impel Down prisoners. Look at Crossskill. The list goes on and on. But more importantly, this makes Buggy a parallel to Zebek, since Zebek gathered 3 future Yonko through the usage of this crazy power. Now let's turn our attention to the pre-time skip arc of Logtown and see what else emerges as far as Roxy Buggy goes. Smoker was saying he didn't want any pirates getting away from him. This was Oda's way of creating an inversion to the God Valley incident where Garp let Roger get away. We know that in the Logtown arc, gods are mentioned repeatedly, like Sanji saying Dragon's power might make him question God, and I believe this parallels God Valley. Like, it's literally in the name, God Valley, and we learned formidable characters or godlike characters showed up to fight, which again, the 2 key characters Buggy and Luffy both appeared in Logtown, creating a deep connection between Roger and Zebek being at God Valley.
If Buggy is Rox's kid, and the whole thing at Logtown with, like, Luffy almost gets, so, like, the inheritor of Roger's will, like the next pirate king, almost loses his head to, like, Rox's son in Logtown, and neither of them know. Like neither of them know how deep that symbolism goes. That could be pretty fun.
Which, keep in mind, the God Valley incident was a star event for both Roger and Zebek in the first place. Certainly, let's dive even deeper into the Logtown arc and see what there is to uncover. We know that one of the biggest moments throughout that arc was Buggy trying to kill Luffy on the execution stand. I believe this is going to be significantly symbolic to Buggy's father dying to Roger. Meanwhile, the person that Buggy's trying to kill, Luffy, is the will inheritor to Roger. Like, seriously, think about how genius that is. Look at the level of foreshadowing. It's as if Buggy is inadvertently trying to get revenge for his father, Roxy Zebek. Following the Logtown arc, there is a significant moment that doesn't really receive any attention or discussion. We know that before Ace had his grand battle with Blackbeard, Buggy and Ace randomly stumbled upon each other. And if we think about how Roger defeated Zebek on God Valley, it's quite ironic that their sons met up but didn't know about this connection. And it's important to note that Ace asked Buggy about Luffy, and Buggy too was searching for Luffy. So it's quite ironic that both the son of Roger and son Zebek are both searching for Luffy, the will inheritor of Roger. Certainly, let's keep in mind the main focus of today's video, which is to explain Buggy the Crown and why it relates to Captain John's treasure. Now, I would argue that Buggy being obsessed with Captain John's treasure is a narrative tie between Buggy and the Rocks Pirates. Obviously, we know that Captain John was a member, making this connection quite compelling. So let's consider how Blackbeard, the will inheritor of Zebek, stationed himself on Hachinosu Island. Meanwhile, Buggy, the son of Zebek, is trying to get to Hachinosu Island. Narrative parallels between Buggy and Blackbeard do exist, and some of the connections have not received any attention or recognition despite being discussed in a video I made over a year ago. If you think about it, Blackbeard and Buggy are the only two characters that were a part of two of the three great powers, remember? Buggy was a warlord and a Yonko, and Blackbeard was a warlord and a Yonko. So it's interesting to think about how the two strings from Roxy Zebek, the will inheritor and the son, are being used in the story right now. Now, turning our attention to the Dressrosa arc, we can discover even more arguments for Buggy being the son of Zebek, let alone a D-Clan member. We know that in multiple times throughout the arc, Law and Corazon said that the D-Clan will always brew up a storm. We know that obvious connections is Luffy, Law, Dragon, etc., but let's think about Buggy. He's constantly brewing up storms. Just look at what he was doing on Marineford, showcasing the entire war to the world. Now in chapter 801, Doflamingo also asked when more of the D-Clan members will show themselves. I don't believe the only other answer is Vivi. I strongly believe that Oda's setting up a crazy answer like Buggy D Crown or Buggy D Clown. Further parallels between Celestial Shanks and Roxy Buggy become evident during one of the most exhilarating and significant moments of the series. When Shanks met up with Whitebeard in the pre-time skip, Whitebeard mentioned that the scar on his face aches, obviously referencing Figurling Garling. But in that moment, Whitebeard also asked about Buggy. Like, why would Whitebeard go out of his way to ask about Buggy? It's because Whitebeard is a family man and he's thinking about lineages all the time. So talking to Shanks about the scar that his father gave him makes sense, and asking about Buggy makes sense when we know that Zebek was Whitebeard's former captain. Now the following should be abundantly clear to you. Roger and Zebek are will sources, Ace and Buggy are sons, Luffy and Blackbeard are will inheritors. So essentially, Buggy went to the wrong Skull Island instead of the correct Skull Island being Hachinosu, which was because Captain John's legendary treasure was hidden there, also known as the Crown Jewel. When Buggy finally gets there, he'll realize that he's been living the life of Gaimon this whole time, chasing a non-existent treasure. And when it comes to Japanese dialect, you can now go let all of your friends know that Buggy's true name is Buggy D Crown.
Yeah, so actually, when it comes to Japanese dialect, unfortunately, in the original Japanese, there's no crown there. So, actually, it's not, but that's fine. The theory itself, obviously, you know, is not helped by the official translation in the Raws in terms of the crown connection. That being said, I've already mentioned it like 5 times now. Let's get that out of the way. There's still more in here that can be appreciated. Buggy, his connection to rocks is explored in this video, and it's something that I found pretty interesting. I've been exploring this idea more on my recent streams because of the latest developments in these chapters, especially the one regarding God Valley. So I'm willing to buy that. I like the connections. I like how Threevil not only takes that idea and then like he extrapolates it to the different parts of the story that would that would be recontextualized by this revelation, whether or not Buggy is related to rocks. If he is, all those moments in early One Piece where Buggy had these interactions with characters that Luffy also met and interacted with could be that parallel to Rocks and Roger, could be that connection between Buggy and Rox, and then Luffy and Roger in terms of this sort of, well, Luffy's not directly blood related to Roger, but at least the shades of Rox being played out through Buggy in early One Piece, and then Blackbeard inherits his will later and actually takes his ideas and puts them into action, I think is pretty cool. I also like the idea that Blackbeard isn't Rox's son. I'd be cool with that. Because Luffy's not Roger's son, so it makes more sense to me that someone would hear these ideas these characters have and think, oh, that makes sense. I want to do that. I want to carry that will on, and they do that on their own, not just because, oh, he's my dad, right? And Buggy, obviously not knowing who his dad is, or, well, we don't know if he doesn't know, but assuming he doesn't know who his dad is because he's been a Roger pirate ever since he was a kid, there's a chance that Buggy has been unknowingly walking in the footsteps of his father with the Cross Guild, with the attempt to go to Laugh-Tale and become Pirate King, so on and so forth. So I think it's an interesting thing to explore, and I like this video for doing that. I appreciate that. And I also love the Gaimon connection and the 6 treasure chests. That spawned, watching this spawned a theory for me. So I think that's always a good thing. When I'm watching a theory video and then it gets my brain rolling and I come up with my own ideas watching the video, I think that's a good sign. So I like this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Like I said earlier, go show some love to Threevil. Hop into his channel. He has 33K views on this video right now. So that's pretty cool also, the numbers. But yeah, hop over there, show him some love, give a like, subscribe, whatever you feel it deserves. But I would definitely want you to at least show some support for this video, because I thought it was a good watch for what it was. That being said, unfortunately, it does get hurt by the translation problems. And I think if we're going to make videos about theories that are based around wording more than anything else, like if it's just a wording based theory, it's like, okay, this character said X, Y, or Z, and it's because of this wording that we can infer all these different ideas. If that's the basis for the theory, or if that's like the foundational element of your theory, this is a lesson for the future. You got to make damn sure that that's actually the wording. You know what I'm saying? Oda is not going to make his story around what TCB translates it as. Oda's going to make his story based around what he wrote in those boxes in Japanese. Unfortunately, for us theory crafters in the West, us English-speaking theory crafters, we have this extra barrier to the information, or this extra barrier between us and the mind of the author. Because for Japanese readers, you read it, and those are Oda's words on the page. He wrote them in his native language. He hid whatever meaning or word play he wanted to within the words that he wrote. But when you get an English translation of those words, you're now one extra degree removed from the author's intentions. Especially if it's a fan translation, because fan translations have no direct line to Oda. No one on TCB is going to be able to run anything by Oda and be like, hey, Oda, is this what you meant? They're not able to do that. So they have to kind of take some guesses. They sometimes embellish stuff, as we know. Like that's just how they do their scans. Because of that, if your theory is based around the wording, well, that's a translation-based theory. That's an important, like that the translation is going to heavily impact your theory. So I think this is a lesson for anyone in the future that wants to, make One Piece theories and has a similar idea to this. If a big part of your theory hinges on the wording, go check the raws. Go check the Japanese scans. Check what the word that's actually used is, like there, right? And you don't have to know how to read kanji to do that. All the in One Piece, because it's a shonen manga, all the kanji on the raw scans, all the kanji has furigana next to it, which is hiragana. So as long as you can read, or it's written in hiragana or katakana usually, but it's written in the basic alphabets. It's not written in kanji. So you have the kanji, and then next to it you have the tiny katakana or hiragana characters that tell you how to read the kanji. So if you can read basic Japanese, if you can just read hiragana or katakana, all you have to do is read the furigana. That'll tell you what the word is, how to pronounce it. You know the English translation, you know generally what the text bubble is supposed to be saying. You could just take that, pop it into Google Translate or whatever you want to use, and get the translation. Get the correct. What is that? What does this kanji mean? What does this word mean? I don't mean to go on a rant. This is not directed at Threevil. This is just directed at anyone. This is advice for anyone trying to make One Piece theories. Go double check what the kanji means, double check what the word means. In this case specifically, there's no crown jewel in the actual translation. Oda didn't write crown jewel. He wrote treasure. And that's the only word that he used. It was the word for treasure. So in Japanese, it's the same takara that's used to refer to any other treasure in the One Piece story. It's not anything special like the crown jewel. And unfortunately, if we're just going off of like TCB translation or something like that, it's going to be tough, you know? So that's something that we have to be mindful of. That's why, for example, when I was theorizing about the crown jewel thing and the whole crown connection to like the straw hat being a crown, like that was an idea I was very, very iffy on. It's like, it's like a wording based connection only, and it's like has nothing else. So like it hinges a lot on that translation being accurate, and ultimately it wasn't accurate. So that theory just is dead in the water now. So that's an unfortunate thing. Yeah, that's that's the caveat that comes with being an English reader, because we have that extra layer that we have to get through to understand what Oda's trying to say. So let me did I miss any super chats here? Let me just check before we continue to the third video. But I did hope you enjoyed that theory. I did. I enjoyed watching that. Let me check what super chats I missed. So I got a VIP message from Mr. Rubix, another GOAT member for 5 months. Thank you, bro. He said, posted on Discord a while ago, but Joy Boy had a vid that posits Bonnie and Imu's stories will parallel each other. More speculation than theory. Definitely, yeah, you said you posted on Discord. See if you can tag me in that. I'll have to check it out. I'm not gonna. I already reserved the slots for today's stream, but I will be checking that out because that's interesting. Tasmore, thank you for the $10. He said, I had a theory that Buggy is the son of the king of God Valley. That's an interesting idea, too. Like, he's one of the population that lived on God Valley before they got hunted. That's a cool idea. I'd have to see what the connections are, though, because there's not really much we know about the people on God Valley at all. So it's really hard to, like, find any definitive character trait that would connect Buggy to those events or the people there. We know nothing about them. We know more about rocks than we do anyone on God Valley. So it's tough, right? Because even the rocks theory, it's like you still kind of got to make some stretches to like help us believe that Buggy is Rox's kid or something. You're going to have to make even bigger stretches to convince people that he's connected to unnamed characters who are on God Valley. It's like, it's tough. The only thing that you could say is, well, Roger had Buggy and Shanks on his ship as kids and they're the same age, and where did he get these children from? It's not like Roger was going around looking to recruit kids. That would be really bad on his resume. I'll say right now, if Roger, if he was riding around on the Oro Jackson with candy, the word candy painted on the side of the ship to recruit, like, I don't know if that's what happened, right? Buggy has to have been forced on him in a way, the same way Shanks was, found him in a chest. I don't think it was like a situation where they recruited him. So obviously Buggy had to have been some kind of refugee in some way. Like he needed to bring Buggy onto the ship, because why else would you bring a child on such a dangerous journey unless they had nowhere else to go? So it's very likely that Buggy came from either God Valley or Pirate Island or some location that now he wasn't able to survive there or wouldn't have survived there. So Roger took him in under the umbrella. Hidden Man, stop the slander piece. I gotta. When I see the jokes, I gotta make the joke. I gotta crack the jokes. Okay, this is a story full of misery. It's a story full of suffering. It's a story full of stupidity at some points. I reserve the right to roast my man Goldie Roger, especially for the absolute audacity to suggest that Ace would be the Pirate King after Luffy, or rather than Luffy. I'm gonna have to roast him a little bit, okay? He got all the way to Laugh Tale. He got the full history, and he had no faith in our boy. That's all right, but I gotta crack jokes sometimes. I gotta roast Roger a little bit, so that's fine. All right, so we got that theory out of the way. We have a third one. This is the third one. and last theory of the day. So let me write the second one. So we had so for the sake of the ratings, let's consider the second theory, because obviously the crown jewel thing is not accurate. So let's make the theory more so focused on the fact that Buggy is Rox's kid and how that's going to connect to the story. So let's frame it that way. So Three Evil's theory will do Buggy D Zebek. All right, so we have our second theory of the day. Third one is the reason Blackbeard has 3 devil fruits is finally revealed by Zonin. I actually haven't watched any videos from this channel, so I don't know if they're any good. I wanted to try a new one though. They have a lot of subs, so I figure, okay, well let's check them out. Let's see what this video is about, how good it is. Hey, Dairy Square, welcome to the crew. Welcome. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Before we get...
Oh, wait, hold on. So yeah, so we're gonna watch this one now. We're gonna watch this third theory, and then we're gonna rate them. We're gonna rank them. See which one's our favorite. We'll vote. So, without further ado, let's get to the last theory of the stream today.
Before we get into it, I want to give 100% full credit to Yassine Boriga on Reddit, because they have finally discovered Blackbeard's biggest secret, and how he is not only able to have 2 devil fruits, but actually 3. And believe it or not, the secret lies in his laugh. Because as we know, many characters in One Piece have a laugh that is taken from the name of their devil fruit. Some examples are Whitebeard with his gururara, which comes from his devil fruit, the Guruguru no Mi, and we have Perona with her laugh, the which is of course from her Horo Horo no Mi, and also Big Mom's chef. His laughter was kuku kuku kuku, and his fruit, the kuku kuku no Mi, and that of course lines up with his kuku kuku no Mi fruit. So now if we come to Blackbeard's laugh, the zer ha 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 ha. That begs the question of, like, what fruit would that be? If, in theory, it is tied to a fruit, which, consider I'm making this video,
not universal,
pretty sure Yassine is correct. Regarding that...
So, like, that's the thing. We have to assume it's tied to a fruit, because it's not like Luffy's laugh is like ni ka 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 ka, or it's not gomu mu 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 mu, or something like that. Like, Luffy has just like a normal... It's like shi shi shi. It's like a... You know, his laugh is not exactly connected to his devil fruit, and there's a bunch of characters that their laughs aren't connected to their devil fruit, but I do see the train of thought he's on right now, because I've thought about this too. Like, are devil fruits and the laughs connected? Because there are some cases where they are very clearly the same. It's tough. You know, is there, what is it, like a Zeha Zeha no Mi? Like, what would that even be? I'd have to see what the explanation is. But, you know, for the sake of this theory, let's assume that his laugh comes from a devil fruit.
Theory. And the answer is Blackbeard most likely consumed, you guessed it, a mythical Zoan devil fruit. And it could be modeled after the Bai-Zei, or the Bai-Z, and as it is called in Japan, the Hakutaku. If we combine the first and last letters of his name with the capital letters, we get Ziha, which is Teach's laugh. So anyway, the Bai-Zei, or Bai-Z, is a spiritual being that is described as a tiger, sheep, or lion, or whatever is important, I suppose. It has several horns and has 3 faces, 1 on the front and 2 on the sides. Each face has 3 sides, and if you'll notice, Blackbeard's flag has 3 skulls on it. And I'm sure almost everyone watching this video is aware that the 3 skulls on Blackbeard's flag has been the crux of countless theories tied to him. And I think it's for good reason, because Oda put that there purposely to, you know, hint at what Teach's secret was. But aside from the skulls, he also has 3 guns. And according to the legend of the Bai-Zei, it has 3 souls. So this could explain why Teach is able to eat 2 extra devil fruits, because he has 2 extra souls for the fruits to take hold of. Now, going back to the Baizé, the most prominent characteristic of it is that whether it's a tiger, sheep, or whatever, it has a beard. And if you'll notice in this picture below, which is, a mock-up of the creature, his beard is very similar.
This theory's kind of going hard right now. I'm loving this. These are kind of good. These are good connections.
To Teach's. Now, does that mean that that's where Oda got it from? Absolutely not. But
a bearded creature, like it's a creature with like a beard is a signature part of the creature, is kind of a weird connection. The 3 souls, 3 faces, and 2 of them would be hidden on a part of Blackbeard's body that we can't see because he always covers it up with clothing. And then on top of that, the fucking beard. I mean, hey, and the name. All right. Keep adding details onto this, and you might win me over.
Or at least be considered as a possibility. And also the Baizé is described as like an earthquake killing yokai, or the earthquake monster, who would like shake the earth when it was angry, allegedly. And I'm sure that's ringing some bells because we all know that Teach has Whitebeard's earthquake fruit, the Gurgur no Mi we were talking about earlier with his laugh. So that could line up there. And also just the fact that the Baizé is a yokai really makes me think that this is true, because it was recently revealed that Saturn of the Gorosei very likely has a yokai devil fruit in himself, the Ushi Oni. Now, it hasn't been confirmed yet, but man, it's very likely that that is the case.
That's 100%.
So I'm thinking that Oda probably borrowed a lot of yokais into his mythical Zoans. Now, before we go into more smoking guns and little clues that Oda had left us throughout the series that almost proves that Blackbeard has a mythical Zoan devil fruit already, I just want to go a little more into the Baizé, because its mythology lines up with even more things tied to Blackbeard. So the meaning of the name Baizé in kanji is White Marsh. It's the names of 2 characters related to each other, and also one that killed the other. So you can equate that to Whitebeard and Marshall D. Teach, since Blackbeard killed Whitebeard. Also, the actual pirate from which Teach was quoted was known as Blackbeard, and he was called Edward Teach and pronounced Edward Thatch. Oda manipulated his name and divided it into 3 related characters: Edward Newgate, Thatch, one of his commanders, who was killed by Teach, and he took both of their fruits. Isn't that crazy? I didn't even realize that until I read this. Like, Blackbeard.
Yeah, fuck. Wait, that's a detail that always slipped. Obviously, I knew the Thatch connection and the Edward and then the Teach, like that. All obviously we've all put that together by now. But it just kind of hit. I actually didn't even. I don't know why I never connected the fact that he also took both of his fruits from these 2 guys. Like the 2 guys that share his namesake are the 2 people that he got his fruits from. That's a detail that never like fully registered with me until just now. I like that.
Which is Darkness Logia, because he was the one who discovered it. That was the fruit that Blackbeard was looking for. And then coincidentally, Thatch got it and killed him, took it. And then, of course, famously killed Whitebeard, took his devil fruit. That's so cool and just makes me respect Oda even more. But going back to the Baizé, legend says that it knows all forms of demons and spirits. And that could be relating to what Teach says to Ace in chapter 440, where he says that, and I'm paraphrasing, that he knows all of the devil fruits from reading the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. And this could explain why his crew is taking all of the strong fruits. Shiryu getting the invisibility fruit, Katarina Devon getting the mythical Ninetales fruit. It's because Teach knows all about these fruits and where to get them. But going more into that, the Baizé is also called the Cultured Beast, and its knowledge is said to go back to ancient times. But first, let's talk about the sponsor of this video, The Ridge. Guys, I absolutely love The Ridge. They are one of my favorite companies to work with, and that's because I think that Teach's favorite hobby is historical research. And later on in Volume 88's SBS, he says that if Teach was not a pirate, he'd be an archaeologist. And going a little further, the Baizé can read all human languages. So that could posit that Blackbeard can read the freaking poneglyphs. And I didn't even think about that before. Yassine brought it up here, but that is such an intriguing theory. And I'm thinking it's true because, the Blackbeard pirates aren't really worried about getting someone who can read the poneglyphs, right? They've never really brought that up as far as I can remember. And they never really have been looking for someone, and they're not really interested in Robin. Now, we originally...
Yeah, I was about to say we have this whole situation here, and I'm still pretty convinced this is their intention with pudding is the fucking poneglyphs. I mean, what else could they be used? What other purpose could pudding's powers be used for? If it's not even the powers, if it's the three eye thing, because it's the same thing that Big Mom wants, right? Blackbeard's gonna go after the poneglyphs. I'm almost sure. He's looking for something related to the Void Century, if not the poneglyphs, and I'd imagine you need the poneglyphs to get them anyway.
Originally thought that they were going to take Pudding from Big Mom to awaken her third eye in order to read the poneglyphs, but maybe that's not it. Maybe they need her for something else because Teach can already read the poneglyphs. Now, another possibility of Teach being able to read the poneglyphs is because he may come from the Buccaneer race that Kuma comes from. They look similar, that's pretty much all I have right now, but considering that Blackbeard is a D, he comes from the Dawn lineage, starting from Joy Boy, and it's very likely that Joy Boy was a Buccaneer himself. I'm not 100% on the Blackbeard reading the poneglyphs, but man, that would be such an incredible reveal, especially if he learned how to do it from consuming the Baizé mythical Zoan devil fruit. Oh, and also going more into the Baizé, it said that its favorite food is herbs, and in Ace's novel, when the Whitebeard crew liberated a village from thieves, the residents gave them all flowers, and Teach ate the flowers, and everyone was amazed. And he asked the crew members to give them their flowers for him to eat. I don't know if that's paralleling to the Baizé or whatever, but it is interesting. But also let us go to one of the other iconic Blackbeard things that hasn't been explained yet, and that's how he was able to injure Shanks. So Shanks' iconic scar is, 3 slashes down his eye. And considering that we saw a flashback of Teach and the Whitebeard Pirates with this Vega claw, we just assumed, oh, that's how he got Shanks. He just, overpowered him, slashed him down the face with that claw. But what if that is not the case? What if that's why we haven't seen that flashback yet? What if it's because when Shanks was fighting Teach, he pushed him so far as to where Teach had to transform into his mythical Zoan form, and he became the tiger or whatever. And then in that form, he slashed Shanks' eye. And that's how he was able to get that over on Shanks. Because he just surprised the crap out of him and caught him with something he wasn't expecting. And that's not an excuse, because Shanks didn't make an excuse either. But I'm just saying that would be an incredible twist. Now, going back to the whole thing about the Baizé having multiple souls, and that allows Blackbeard to have 2 extra devil fruits to occupy those souls. Those souls are also like his twins in a way, or his brothers, as to where they represent a different personality of him. And that could be why we see him act differently from time to time. Sometimes cowardly, sometimes charismatic, and sometimes very angry. I mean, yeah, that's the human condition, but we're talking about battle manga here. And also that could explain...
Yeah, I've never liked the multiple personality thing with Blackbeard. I mean, I'll be real with you guys. Blackbeard, in my opinion, Blackbeard doesn't have multiple personalities, okay? Every example of Blackbeard we've seen has fallen in under the umbrella of a predictable character in who is Blackbeard. Like there's no oh, this is Blackbeard, but he's clearly a different character. He acts very, very differently from this other time we see Blackbeard. It's not like it's not like that. It's every scene with Blackbeard fits his personality. Like what we have established and what we know about Blackbeard and who he is as a person and his personality, every scene lines up. There's no example I've seen of Blackbeard, at least from off the top of my head, where he acts so differently from how he normally acts that it would be enough to chalk it up to a whole other soul or person being inside him that's turning on a different personality. Blackbeard is super consistent. He is super consistent. He obviously has moments where he acts cowardly or he acts like an idiot or but that's the same way Luffy has moments where Luffy acts stupid. There's moments where Luffy acts super hungry and all he cares about is food. There's times where Luffy is extremely serious and angry and violent and just wants to beat the shit out of the other guy. I mean, yeah, these are so starkly different, but these are multiple emotional states of the same person. All this is called is just being a layered human, having depth. That's all it is. Blackbeard not acting the same robotic way every time we see him is not an indicator he has an extra personality. It's just the fact he is a deep character. He has some depth to him, right? He's not always going to act the exact same way. He's going to have different emotional responses to the situation. He's going to act cowardly if he needs to act cowardly to save his ass, or to get himself out of trouble, or to maybe play the sympathy card on someone like Whitebeard, who views his whole family as his children, which Blackbeard knows, which Blackbeard takes advantage of. Of course he's going to play the coward. That's his MO. His MO is being deceptive, right? It's not this secret personality thing. I've never understood that argument that he has different personalities that come out. Every time Blackbeard's on the screen, it's consistent as hell. He always acts in a way that's consistent with what you'd expect out of his character. He's never surprised the hell out of me. It's like, whoa, Blackbeard's like this? This seems like a different person. I've never had that. Ever.
The inconsistency in his teeth. Sometimes he's missing them, sometimes he's not. And that also, of course, comes full circle with why he doesn't need to sleep. It's because the other soul takes over his consciousness, and then the others just go back.
AM Slime, you're totally right. I believe it stems from the Jaya arc moment when Luffy and Zoro were like, not him, them. Like the implication that maybe there's like more than one person that they were just talking to, and it's not just Blackbeard. That whole scene is just implying that Blackbeard is not alone, right? It's not just a random guy they ran into at the bar. The reason they say them is because Luffy and Zoro were both able to pick up on the fact that Blackbeard is a pirate with a whole crew that's there with him, right? He is not just one guy. It's not just one dude. It's multiple people. There's multiple pirates there. There's multiple they picked up on this. I don't think it's a thing where it's like Luffy and Zoro somehow have this internal sense where they're able to sense that there's, oh, this guy talking to me right now. I think I'm talking to 3 people. Like, that's not what happened. It's not like I think people have over analyzed that moment.
Into whatever and then just sleep. And this could also explain why Buggy and Shanks said that Blackbeard
the B in
never
LGBT
sleeps.
stands for Blackbeard.
You know, when we saw them
That's
all
funny.
first meeting in that flashback when they were kids, when the Whitebeard and the
they-them
Roger
thing?
Pirates
That's
met. It could be
creative.
because his souls take cycles with his consciousness. So one is awake while the other one sleeps, and, you know, so on and so forth. And of course, it also goes back to when Luffy first met Blackbeard, and he was walking away from that encounter with Zoro. Nami asked about him singularly, but Luffy said no, it's them, which means that Luffy knew that Blackbeard had 3 souls this entire time. Meaning that, of course, he already had that fruit because Blackbeard
mistranslated.
probably
It didn't say
ate
them, it
this
said
fruit
treasure.
when he was a child, and that parallels to Luffy, who also ate a fruit when he was a child, but not only any fruit, a freaking mythical Zoan. That is right. I think that could be the main linking factor between the ultimate rivals here. The 2 main Ds, Indra and Ashura, Sasuke and Naruto. They both ate mythical Zoans when they were children, and they are both leading them to the dawn in their own individual ways. And as for where Blackbeard could have gotten this fruit as a kid, not really sure, of course. Since it's a mythical Zoan, it's...
I was about to say, a good place for Blackbeard to have gotten the fruit is maybe he was a victim of a God Valley type incident where the games happened. He was one of the rabbits. He escaped, and he happened to grab one of the mythical devil fruits that we know that they offer as prizes at these events. Maybe he got one of them, just like Kuma did, or just like Big Mom snatched the dragon one for Kaido. Could be that Blackbeard got his fruit in a similar way. He got it from he was victim to a horrible extermination event on his island, and maybe he learned to never sleep, because if he fell asleep he would be hunted. So he had to stay awake at all times. He had to constantly remain vigilant. He was never able to sleep at night because of this experience. It traumatized him, and he got that fruit, and maybe that's why he never sleeps, and that fruit power allows him to do so. Cool idea.
Possible that it came from God Valley, since we know that Kaido's devil fruit, the mythical fish fruit, the Seiryu model, that was found in God Valley by Big Mom during the Big
And this is before that chapter came out, so obviously, I'm assuming it's before that chapter came out. So, this is not going to go into what I just described. But I think this is a cool video. This is a fun one. I liked the Bai Zay. I think this is a really cool I think this is a really cool idea. I like the idea of this. Like I haven't even seen this mythical creature before, so this was new for me. And it was cool to see this get brought to the table as a potential, because I've seen a lot of theories for Blackbeard and what he could be, and the obvious common one is like people say Cerberus. That would make sense. I like Three Evils theory with the octopus. I think that like a kraken or something, that would make sense too. Both of those are mythical creatures that would fit. But now we have another one to add to the table, and it seems like there's this theme, in mythical creatures. There's a common theme that tends to pop up when you look at mythology: creatures with like 3 heads or 3 faces and things like that. The number 3 is a very common thing that pops up over and over and over in mythology. And thus, 3-headed creatures or creatures that show a like a trifecta of some kind are very common. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, this is not just unique to, let's say, Greek mythology with Cerberus. This is something that shows up in many cultures. So, it's interesting to look at where you can find other examples of this. I'd be curious to see other creatures that maybe Blackbeard could have eaten a mythical zoan of. And I like this video. I thought that was a fun one. So thank you, Zone, and thank you for that. Put this on the board here. Hold on. Is it spelled like that? Is it spelled like by Zay? Yeah, my handwriting sucks. Yeah, it's a very cool thing to put on the table, to put forward. I've never heard this before, so I find that interesting. Let's see. All right, guys. Well, with that out of the way, let's vote. Let's talk about the 3 theories we had today. So, just starting from the top, we have Marth's Ice Queen theory. Now, I gotta say, out of the 3 videos we watched today, in terms of just like the general atmosphere, the writing, the build-up, the delivery, everything about it, I think this might be my vote for this week. But there were some good ideas that came out of the second theory, the Buggy D. Zebek video. And then there was, like I just said, there's some really cool things that come out of this By Zay idea. Obviously, a lot of this is based on a theory from Reddit. This is not Zonin's theory, so it's a little tough. Obviously, I want to like support the people who came up with these ideas, but from a video standpoint, I think he presented it very well in a fun way. He gave the ideas in a concise manner. He didn't waste any time explaining stuff. There's some things I honestly wish we got a little bit more details on. But I thought this was a good, concise explanation of the theory and the idea, and I enjoyed the watch. So I got to give credit where it's due. This is a good video as well, and I'm gonna be thinking about the By Zay idea from now on. I'm gonna be looking into that more. I saw that the theory, the Joy Boy theory, was posted. I'm gonna do the cutoff here, but I see that I was tagged somewhere. Was it there? I was tagged somewhere with the theory that was being referenced. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so I'll be watching this on my own free time, but I do appreciate you recommending me that and hooking me up with that. Anyway, with these 3 theories, though, let's decide on our favorites. I'm going to put these 3 up on the poll, and you guys tell me, what was your favorite theory of the day? What was your favorite watch? All right, theory of the day, Ice Queen theory, Buggy D. Zebek, and then By Zay Blackbeard. All right, so let's vote on this, guys. You tell me, what is your favorite theory of the day? All right, so let's pull up this window. I'm going to pop this chat out so that people on the VOD, I have to get into the habit of doing this more. But I want people on the VOD to be able to see the poll as it progresses. It might be a little difficult to see in the bottom corner there. Yeah, I can't really zoom it in either. All right, well, hopefully that's good enough. For those watching the VOD that can't read it, it says Ice Queen on top, Buggy D. Zabek in the middle, and Vize on the bottom. So get those votes, and it looks like Ice Queen is doing good. Martha's cooking today. Let's go, Marth. Check supers. All right, thank you, Johannes. Let me check. I'll check the supers as well. Oh, shit. Thank you, Tosmorn. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. He said, Garling insta-kills King of God Valley. Baby goes in the chests. I guess you're referring to the chest there. Shanks is a celestial dragon. Buggy is always motivated in defiance. So maybe a D who might dare to claim God. Oh, like God Valley, right? Okay. When Mary Joie exists, D crowns are rulers who became clowns. I guess I see where you're going. Like, I see some of the connections you're making. I just feel like it's really hard to, like, given all the other simpler explanations there are with how Buggy could have ended up, like, on the ship. I don't know. It's tough. I feel like he could have been the child of... I don't know. Like, is he going to just be the kid of, like, the guy on God Valley, and it just gets explained that, like, after Garling killed the king, like, Buggy's mom put him in a chest or something? Like, how did that happen? You know? It's just, like, I feel like it's easier to explain it as Buggy is connected to, like, one of the parties that raided the island, because it would make more sense to me that Buggy is connected to, like, a third party, like an outside element. You know, not one of the people on God Valley, because the people of God Valley were erased and decimated and all that stuff. And the king of God Valley was killed in such a nonchalant manner that it'd be weird to me to, like, connect Buggy to all these, like, no-name characters that got wiped off the map and then just, like, write it off as, like, oh, while we didn't see it happen, like, someone just, like, put him in a chest. I mean, I guess I can see what you're saying. It's just, like, to me, I feel like the simpler explanation is that maybe he's connected to... either outright a celestial dragon or Rox or someone like that, who they're no longer able to answer for their child, Rox because he's dead, and Garling because he wouldn't, you know, he's in Mary Joie. If Shanks is his kid, the same reason that he doesn't answer for Shanks. It makes sense to me that the character, I mean, I guess you could say that about the king too. It's tough. I don't know. Maybe this is just a case of personal bias, because I still feel more strongly about the I feel more strongly about Rox than it just being, like, the king of God Valley. But hey, man, I'll let you cook. Keep on cooking anyway. I still love the creativity regardless. Yeah, it looks like Ice Queen theory is cooking, guys. So while this poll's running, I'm gonna let it run for a couple more minutes. Let's try and get as many votes in as possible. We have 164 viewers right now. And we only have 55 votes. So all it takes, guys, is just hitting the poll, picking the favorite theory from the stream that you watched. If you didn't catch every theory, that's okay. Just pick the favorite of the ones that you did happen to see. That's totally fine too. So please help put those votes in. Also, like the stream. If you enjoyed today's stream, we've been going for 3 hours now. If you did like the stream today, please leave a like. That would also really, really help out the channel. Helps me out. Also, gives my ego a big boost. So, yeah. Get those votes and likes in and all that stuff. Alejandro said, if you have not heard of Dawn and Dusk, you are sleeping on the best theories. Alejandro, actually, we've watched Dawn and Dusk videos on Theory Review a couple of times. And, they're okay. They're okay. I'm not gonna say they're bad. I didn't agree with them when I watched them, but they're well constructed and kind of entertaining. You know, I gotta say there was one that we did watch that was, like, blatantly just, like, giving incorrect information and, like, didn't think the idea through completely because it just wouldn't make sense, like, given how physics works. And that one kind of soured my impression a little bit. But and then we watched another video after that also just didn't. It just didn't really hit for me. But I know a lot of people like Dawn and Dusk videos, and that's fine. I'm not gonna take that away from you. But I don't know. For me, I wasn't particularly blown away from the theories I watched. I thought they were all right. I saw a lot of holes on it. To be honest, the ones that I watched had a lot of holes in them. And for me, I do place some importance. I understand that the idea of a theory is to have fun with it and to get creative and think about all the possibilities. But I also think to some degree we have to have some semblance of logic in our theories. We can't just be spitballing whatever, right? We can't just throw any idea at the wall and just hope that it sticks because it sounds cool or it sounds like it could be mind-blowing. You know, if the idea sounds mind-blowing, that's one thing. But if it is mind-blowing, if it actually has some connection that's going to change the way you think about the story, that's another thing entirely. I could throw out a ton of ideas that sound really interesting and insane and mind-blowing on the surface, but I have to support those ideas. And if you can't support those ideas with consistent logic or with some sort of like process where you're like, okay, this happens, so X happens, so this explains Y, and because Y happens, this explains Z. And I feel like the videos I watched from Dawn and Dusk didn't follow that setup to conclusion formula that I think grounds theories a little bit in reality. Yeah. So I think you need to, if you're going to throw a crazy idea out there, you got to give supporting information. You got to make it make sense. Like that's really what it comes down to. And if the logic isn't consistent, then, you know, what are we doing? Are we theorizing, or are we making, you know, headcanon? Or not even headcanon. It's like, are we theorizing or are we making like a fanfic, right? Because a fanfic doesn't have to follow the rules of the story or reality or make assumptions on behalf of the writer. A theory is going to have to make those connections, connect those dots. So I think there's a difference. And not to say that Dawn and Dusk videos are all like that and they're just, I'm not trying to rip on it that bad, but this is a symptom I've noticed with a lot of theories, not just Dawn and Dusk. And I got that impression from those videos where it was like, the logic is losing me. The logic is losing me on like the conclusions and how we got there, and it's, I don't know. Dilcor asks, Hidden, what's the theory of the year so far? Theory of the year is drop the pizza. Drop the pizza is theory of the year. The theory with the pole shift theory, that was my favorite theory I've seen in a long time. Derek Miles asked what was incorrect. Well, in the hollow earth, inverted earth theory that Dawn and Dusk put up, for just to give an example, because I don't want to just talk out of my ass. They were talking about how it wouldn't, like, if there were, the real One Piece world is actually under the surface of the globe, and it's a whole big masquerade because all the stars in the sky, for example, are, I think they were saying that they're like fake, and then the way that you enter or leave from the interior of the world is through Enies Lobby or something. I'm pretty sure, it's been a while. But the thing that really stuck out to me as like something that just didn't work was like, number one, if they were on the inside of the planet and that they're on the opposite surface of the outside, that would mean the horizon would extend upward. The horizon wouldn't curve away. The reason the horizon, when you're on a boat on the ocean and a horizon, when you look at the horizon and then the ships sink as they go far enough away because there's a curvature to the earth, right? There's the horizon curves away from you the further you go out. If you're on the inside of the surface of the planet, of a ball, the horizon is going to curve upward into the sky. So just off of that alone, just if you look at any panel in the story and you look at how the horizon works, it doesn't make sense if you're on the inside of the shell. It wouldn't make sense. On top of that, another piece of evidence that was put forward was that there were no stars ever in the sky in One Piece. That, like, apparently we've never seen a night sky in One Piece with stars in them, which was just completely incorrect. Like, there's been multiple panels with stars in the sky, because their logic was like, there's no stars in the sky because it's not the real sky, because they're on the inside. And it's like, that's not true, because we've seen it multiple times. We've seen stars on panel. I had people in the Discord send them to me. So it's like things like that. It's like, if you're gonna make a statement that there's no stars in the sky in the story, you have to go and check as many examples as possible to find if there's no stars in the sky. If you're going to say that the horizon, that they're on the inside of the planet's surface and not the outside, you also have to understand how that would work physically. Like, you have to, like, you can't just say these things and then be like, oh, that's a cool idea. Like, you have to actually explain how that would work, right? So that's why it doesn't make sense. I hate to do this because I feel like I'm just ripping on it, but I gotta be real here. Like, if we're going to theorize these things, we gotta follow the logic to their natural conclusion, and you know, and source things in the manga. I think one time in my Green Line video I talked about how Mary Joie was we had never seen Mary Joie at nighttime as far as I was aware, and I tried my best. Someone told me that there was a panel where we saw Mary Joie at night, and I think that was in the Fisher Tiger thing where he went to Mary Joie and broke the slaves out. If that's the case, then I'll admit I was wrong there. But when I searched through the manga, I couldn't find a single example of Mary Joie being at night, and I scoured it. I was like going through it. I think maybe I missed the Fisher Tiger thing, but it's like, you know, for that same reason, like I'd be willing to cut that from the video, because I think, you know, maybe if there is no truth to that, then what's the point of even bringing it up? As I don't know though, I still have to fact check the Fisher Tiger thing. I'm pretty sure that was a flashback sequence, and I don't know if that clearly displayed it at nighttime. But anyway, the point still, like the connection is the same thing. Like making a claim like there's no stars in the sky. If you go look through the manga for like 10 minutes, you'll find like 3 panels with stars in the sky. You know, it's different if there's like one panel that refutes it and then there's like 10. Like you just like look through the manga for like 20 minutes, man. Like, I don't know. That's the type of thing that like it makes it hard for me to watch a theory to its conclusion if the foundational element of the theory just doesn't make sense. Mr. Rubik said, that being said, Hidden, Dawn and Dusk dropped a theory recently speculating that gigantism is actually a physical phenomena that's caused by pyroblowing. I think this is a well-argued theory. And hey, I'll support that. I have no problem. I would definitely want to check out that new theory. This is not to say that I never want to watch a Dawn and Dusk video. I just want to point out that I've gotten those videos recommended so many times, and everyone like talks about it like, oh, this is like the best theorist I've ever seen. And it's like, I mean, every time I've gone out of my way to pull up the videos on the theory review, by the end of it, I'm always like, that didn't make sense, like consistently. So I've done it twice, only 2 times, but granted, but both times I was like, I left the theory being like, that didn't make sense. So let's see. How long is Mary Joie? Because Mary Joie is on top of the red line. It's like a city. It's like a city, like a standard. I mean, it's very large, but the red line is way, way, way larger. There is an anime opening where you see Mary Joie going to sunrise, but that's anime. Yeah, so I was looking specifically in the manga. Like, is there any panel where you can see Mary Joie at night with like clearly a night sky backdrop? And as far as I've checked, I couldn't find one. Mary Joie is almost, as far as I could tell, is perpetually daytime there, or it's always daytime with like a little bit of cloudy. And is that a crazy thing to believe? Because another one of the world government strongholds, Enies Lobby, is known as a daytime island. It's always daytime at Enies Lobby, and Enies Lobby is like the stronghold of the world government's judicial system. So whatever made Enies Lobby permanently daytime could have made Mary Joie permanently daytime. So that was like, but once again, that's like connecting X to Y and Y to Z to come to that conclusion. So that's the explanation. So, or that's the explanation for like why I think there's a distinction, is what I'm trying to say. Shakti Merengue said, damn, I thought about the accountability list at the beginning of the stream and I decided to go to the gym, came back, and you're still live. W. Well, welcome back from the gym. I hope you had a good workout, and I'm glad that you stuck to the accountability there. I have to put you on the list, my friend, because I don't think I have you on here. I'll write you down. Put you on the accountability list for the future. Where's my pen? Dope. All right, guys. I think it's time we call it on the poll. It looks like this is a sweep. This is a sweep right now. So we're going to end the poll here. We're at 80 votes. I don't see, you know, another 20 votes changing the gap here. So before we do that, let me do one quick thing. Trophy JPEG. Trophy JPEG, man giving it to you, stock image. All right. And without further ado, the winner of this week's theory review is drum roll, Tainted Marth. Congratulations, my friend, Tainted Marth. You did it. You got the theory of the week. Ice Queen. How about Nice Queen? You just got a nice trophy, my friend. Here's this guy handing it to you. Go grab it. Take a grab. Put on those photon gloves and grab that trophy right off the screen. Hug it. Put it on display. Give it a kiss. Think about how hard you worked to get this trophy today. Congratulations, Marth. You fucking did it. You fucking did it, man. Let's go. W's in the chat. W's in the chat from Marth. Hit him up. All right, nice job. Well, that was a fun excursion. Hope you guys enjoyed that long stream we did today. We had 3 hours. We did a chapter review. We did a chapter review of 1098. Was it 1098? Yeah. 1097? 1096? No, 1098. I don't even fucking remember the chapter anymore. All right, well, that was sick. Congratulations, Marth. Everyone go check out Marth's channel. He's a big up-and-comer in the One Piece YouTube scene. He's been making some great stuff. I have kept up with him now and then, and that's why I wanted to bring his video up today. And he is beloved on this channel. He's a member of the hidden fam, and he has been for a while. He first discovered the channel back when I was doing the break week streams, when I was smashing the figures with a hammer or whatever, and it's funny because like he came into that video and he watched it and he was like, dude, what's wrong with you? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you smashing Chopper like some unhinged maniac? And he thought I was like losing it or something. He's like, what's with this guy? This guy's so aggressive. and then I like came at him in the comments. I was like, hey man, it's all good. It's just for a joke, man. And then he's like, you know what? That's dope. I'm gonna hop in your streams from now on. And then he's been in the streams ever since. We became friends from me being unhinged as shit on camera. So I just want to say it's been a long journey. It's been like a year now, and I'm glad to see that Marth has started his own channel since then. I'm glad to see he's been making his own moves with these One Piece theories and these videos, and he's coming into form really with his own style. I love the visual elements on this channel and the style. So I just want to say, man, yeah, congratulations, good shit today. Let me link your channel to the chat so everyone can go sub to you and give you some love there. Hold on, let me see. I got a link to this video. I linked it earlier, but yeah, go show him some support, hype my boy up, and good job, Marth. So yeah, so everyone, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I'm gonna go through maybe a few chat messages before we bounce for today. Kind of as a way, because I promised we'd make today's stream a little bit longer because we missed yesterday's chapter review. So let me just answer a few, whatever chat messages. If I see people asking stuff or whatever, I'll stick around for like another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll close things out. Dexter said, worth waking up to see Hidden dancing in the end. Very nice stream, Hidden. Thank you, Duarte. Let me put the music on. We'll wind down with some tunes. Ah, the good old days. Kusoland Theory says, dude, I just realized Hidden looks like my childhood friend. Oh, hype that. Apparently I look like a lot of people to other people. I've heard like people tell me I look like someone they know, or like some person, or I don't know. I've heard like a million different things. And I hear like Ricky Rubio. I get Ricky Rubio a lot. I get Q from Impractical Jokers sometimes. I've gotten that a few times, surprisingly, even though I don't think we look alike. Yeah, I've gotten a few. I don't know. I look like someone to everyone. I look like everyone except myself, I guess. I don't know what I'm supposed to look like. But no, that's hype. AM Slime said, bro, I started on the channel with that video and I was so heated. A lot of people were. They were tight at me for that. Once my viewership, like once we start once we get the subs up there, we get like big streams. Like if we ever get like big streams, like 1,000 viewer streams or some shit like that, I promise you, like the moment I'm moved out of this apartment and I have space and I can do stunts and shit on camera without like waking my neighbors or breaking something in the apartment and then like getting in trouble for it, like or getting the cops called when they hear loud banging coming from my room. Like once I have my own space, the break weeks with the figure smashing and all that stuff, the court trials, it's gonna come back. I need a space that's not this small room. As you know, as anyone who was at Sakura Showdown knows, we did it in Sakura Showdown and I knew it was gonna happen, but one of the fucking pieces of the figure flew off and then destroyed my computer monitor. So if you needed proof for why I can't do it anymore in this apartment, that's the proof. That stream is proof. You can see the broken monitor on there. Rest in peace to that monitor. So that's evidence that I just can't do it here anymore. I really want to. I really want to. But we'll be bringing that back. I promise we'll bring it back. I just got to get moved out of here. Once I'm in a new location, maybe if I have a backyard or something, and then I can stream from the backyard, then we can get crazy with the ideas. Because I'm telling you, I still want to put Sanji in a panini press. I still want to actually fry an Odin figure. I want to do this stuff. I think that'd be really funny, but obviously, I'm not going to be able to drop a piece of plastic in a deep fryer in this apartment without serious repercussions. But you know, one day we'll get there, and then I'll be able to responsibly handle a fire hazard. Profies said, I think I found you first from the GLR drama, not the best introduction, but now I'm here. You know what's funny? I used to get into so much more drama. Like, I think this is like my, I don't know, 26th, 27th month since I started the channel. Like, over 2 years now. Also, welcome back to Members Marth. It's been over 2 years. The first year I made my channel, and I was like coming up, I had a lot more strong opinions about what YouTube should be, what One Piece YouTube should be like. I had very, very strong, deep-set opinions that, to be honest, were the very reason that I made my videos in the first place. Like, part of my motivation for making One Piece content on YouTube was because I really enjoyed watching it myself, and then I saw that there were some things I didn't like about it, so I wanted to make videos that I wanted to watch, the things that I thought were like the type of content I wanted to see. And obviously, you know, because I had such strong opinions about YouTube and how it should be done and how to make these videos and spoiling and all this stuff and what was right and wrong, you know, I'd be ready to swing. I'd be ready to jump in the ring. I didn't care if it was GLR. I didn't care if it was any other YouTuber that dwarfed my channel. I was ready to argue about this because I had very strong, passionate feelings about it. And I haven't backtracked on my opinions per se, but my fervor in promoting those opinions has changed. Like now, if I disagree with another YouTuber on something, I'm just not even gonna get into it. I'm not gonna bother because that's their deal to hash out with their fan base. If they're doing something that's pretty, you know, fucking absurd, like if they're just straight up putting spoilers in the thumbnail and just being a dick about it, obviously I'm gonna call it out. But like, you know, I think back to the whole GLR drama, for example, and I was really rough on the guy. I was very abrasive. And I think part of that was born from you know, this dynamic of me being the little guy versus the big guy. So I feel like, oh, I can be aggressive to this guy because I'm the one at a disadvantage, because he can just ratio me and basically blacklist my channel or shit on my channel if he wanted to. So I was in this little advantageous position, so I felt like I had to come at him hard. And ever since then, you know, I've thought back to it, and it's like, that wasn't necessary. I even messaged GLR. I actually told him, I was like, I'm sorry for like coming at you as hard as I did. Like, you know, I have my opinions, but I should have been more respectful about them. And he accepted. So we're on good terms now, actually. I think me and Liam are on decent terms. And he's he's a normal dude just like the rest of us, man. So I'm done drama chasing. There was two dramas that happened, but they were in close proximity. It was one that was about the spoiler thumbnail thing, and then the other was about the Mushroom Man theory. And both of them I got on his case for. And you know, after, you know, looking back on it, I think he learned from those experiences in terms of, like, you know, what pushes people's buttons, and he's done what he can to avoid doing it again. So, you know, if I did that, I'd want to be held accountable. I'm all about that on these streams. And I think you know, we would like let bygones be bygones. My perspective lately has changed. I'm all about just making, you know, making my streams and my videos as enjoyable for you guys as possible and as comfortable for me as possible. And I frankly, I can't be comfortable if I'm constantly getting sucked into drama. I'm not about that. I'm not the type of person that feeds off of drama. I just happen to have strong opinions, and I think that's gonna be the death of me one day. I have very strong opinions on shit, and I you know, I will defend them. I will defend them. Yeah, the Larry thing is different. The Larry thing is different. Yeah, he's a dick. I'm not gonna say anything else. He's a dick. He's a dickhead. But, you know, I leave that in the past too. Like I said, I don't want that to be what this channel's about. I don't want to bring that on my streams. You know, if I don't like someone, that's fine. Let them be themselves. Go ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing over there on your channel. I don't have to watch it. I don't have to be a part of that. I don't care, you know? Like, that's not, it's not gonna, the world's not over if I don't watch your videos. So if I don't like a guy, I don't like a guy. That's it. But, you know, the point I'm just trying to get at is it's just funny how far we came, because I know a lot of people came to the channel to some degree partly because of the beefs or whatever that I had like early in my YouTube career when I had like less than 10k subs or whatever. And I don't know, I'm just different. I have a different take on that now. I'm just gonna mind my own business. I feel like the better way is to mind your own business and just be nice to people, and then just get that in return. And if people aren't being nice, then just let them know, you know? Just make it known. But you don't gotta shit on people, right? There's no need to shit on people on the internet. Like, I just think it's pointless. Yeah. Thank you, Dexter. He said you just keep on doing what you're doing now. It's great and fun. Plus, you made this fantastic community. That's how I feel about it, bro. I love these. Like the theory review streams are mad fun every time. I like doing the chapter reviews. I think these are fun. I like them more than the reactions to some degree, because I really enjoy like getting to deep dive and explain theories to you guys. It's cool to, like, if I thought of a theory for a couple days, come on stream, drop it. You guys are like hyping it up in real time. I hype that. Like, I think that's fun. Yeah. The One Piece is real. Indeed, hasn't. It's all about, that's what it's about, man. That's what it's about. You know, it's been cool too. And now we're just kind of like talking about whatever. So for anyone that doesn't care about like this stuff and is just here for like the One Piece stuff specifically, like hard One Piece discussion, I won't keep you. If you want to head out, and if you feel like bouncing from the stream, I don't blame you. Hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and thanks for watching. I'll see you. But for everyone that's still here, I just want to say it's been really cool to see the Discord. I've been, you know, I don't hop on Discord all the time anymore. I used to be on Discord a lot more, but I made the server, and the server's up, and it's been really, really cool to see, you know, I hop into the Discord after not being in there for like a week, 2 weeks, sometimes like not really typing anything. And then I'll just see people like dropping like mega theories in the chat, having debates over characters, having like full-on discussions the moment the chapter drops, sitting in the voice call, theory crafting, analyzing panels. Like, man, that's the type of shit I wanted when I first made this channel, when I first started like building this up. That's what I wanted to have. That's what I wanted to have really bad, because I didn't have that many people I could talk to and share this like passion with. And now it's just so cool to think about that, like how far it's come, where like now we got this Discord server and all of like the homies from the streams are in there, just like, it's just like this this exchange of ideas. It's like this public, like I don't know how to describe it, but like, you know, it's like this like public place where everyone's just exchanging ideas. I think it's so sick. I think it's so cool, man. I love that. I love that. Freddie Jones said, to be honest, the aesthetic of the channel pulled me in on literally day one. I think I commented on your first video the same thing a few hours after it came out. You're already legendary. You know, I think I remember that. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Yeah, for anyone that's been here since the first video, I mean, geez, you're a legend. That when the first video went up, it didn't even crack 100 views for like a good period of time. Yeah, that was a long time ago, man. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, man. Solan joined the Discord. Fire, man. Yeah. There's been some great activity in there lately. Thank you, Del Corey. He said you made a great community. I hope I feel that way. I really feel that way. I hope you guys feel that way too. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, it's like some sort of community or something. The word I was looking for. Shit. You don't say. AM Slime asked, I don't want to spam, but when is the next theory review? Yeah, no worries. Usually we do theory review on break week. So whenever Oda goes on break and then we have a week without a chapter, you know, we have nothing else to do, right? So let's just review some theories. And what's great about that is that usually when the new chapter comes out, especially if there's a break week, we have time for a lot of people to develop their theories based on the recent events, right? Because we get an extra week buffer for people to like crank out theory ideas. So I think it's like a good system where like every time there's a break week, let's do a theory review and catch up on what people have been theorizing about with the new events. I think that's a good way to do it. So we're gonna keep that schedule for now. Shaq said, Shaq D. Merengue said, I've still been propagating your Scopper Gabon man marked by flames theory from last week. Review over reactions. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. You know, we haven't had too much theory stuff to work with these last couple chapters, because like I said, these are all going to set up for the big reveals at the end of the flashback now. But I do... Oh, you know what? Let me take this opportunity to give you guys a little insight into what I'm working on. So my plan right now with the videos, I have a script like 90% done for a video, so I'm just about done writing a video right now about a completely new topic I haven't mentioned on the stream before, and it's like a fun one. It's like a fun idea. It's not a theory and it's not quite an analysis. It's more like a creative exercise. Kind of think of it like a mental exercise on One Piece. And I don't want to say much more, but yeah, I have that video that's just about done. What I want to do is, instead of putting that out as soon as I finish it, I want to actually make a few videos. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a bunch, and then when I drop the big video, like a big theory, and then I get all the algorithm momentum off of that, I'm going to do like a big burst fire of like 3 videos over the course of like a week or 2. 3 or 4 videos. So right now I'm done with the first video pretty much, at least writing wise. I have another one I want to write, and then I have the Wano review that I'm still working on. So we have a few things in the pipeline, and then when I'm done with everything, I'm just going to save them and then drop them boom, 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 and then get as much of the algo. You know, I want the YouTube algo to just kiss my ass. You know what I'm saying? Like I need it to be riding. So yeah. Dr. Aegon, that is one of the video ideas. Not the ones that I just, but I have that on the list. I want to do a video about all the bootleg merchandise and stuff like that. I think that would be fun. Yo, good night, Marth. He said, my TV will turn off in 2 minutes. Good night, guys. Thanks for voting for me. Thanks, Hidden. As always, man. Oh, yeah. Thank you, man. Thanks for being here. Yes, Dr. Aegon Shadow is going to be coming back. We got... Shit, man. You know what? Ooh, I don't want to share it. I have to play my cards close to my chest. I have to keep I don't want to give every idea away before the videos drop. But yeah, no, I got stuff in the works. So we're working on a batch release of videos right now. That's what's going on in the background. And in the meantime, I'm going to be doing these streams, and we might do a little review edit that I'm going to put up on the channel, like the Crown Jewel video that we just had. Or the treasure video that we just had, because it's not Crown Jewel, as I've said fucking 100 times. And yeah, so we got stuff in the works right now. We'll bend that algorithm to your will. Derry trying to win the next theory review. All right, what did Derry say? Oh shit! Thank you for the $10, Derry. Derry Square said, Dr. Aegon is real. Oh, wait, I read that. I just didn't realize, it didn't register in my head that it was a super chat. Thank you for the 10. Jesus. Yeah, Dr. Aegon is real. New video spoiler. Yeah. We're bringing him back. We're bringing him back. We absolutely are eating at your table. Yes, sir. I'm cooking up a 7-course meal right now, and it's gonna be all gourmet as shit. Ayo, why am I being flamed? No, Dill catching heat in the chat. Better Dill, aka Dylan 2 or better Dylan. Oof, you're gonna let him say that, Dill? Damn, that's rough. Yeah, so you know, that's all that's been going on in the background. I gotta get back to boxing, man. Been out of shape this last week. Been eating like crap, and I've been working and just doing stuff from home, and I've been like so sucked into this that I have not hit the gym. So I gotta do that. I think I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe I'll post another Battleship Bags video on Twitter tomorrow or some shit. Hidden, plan on making another song soon? That's a good question, Young Usopp. So I actually have some plans for the music sphere of the channel. With the music stuff, I actually want to do more I want to do more music related content on the channel, but they're not going to be raps. Like, I know the last time I did a rap because that was the donation goal, right? We set a donation goal for me to do the One Piece rap. Okay. But I want to do other stuff. In particular, I want to create some kind of like album or soundtrack that captures the vibes of One Piece and the channel at the same time. Now, last video, the last major theory I put out, the Akainu video, we had a custom song made for the video by my friend Anton, and he cooked with that one. And I discussed the idea with him of maybe making more original music for the channel. And you know, I also have experience in music composition as well. I did a lot of music composition back in school. I still have Finale on my computer, so I can write music on my computer from home, so I can do that. And I was thinking I might also take a shot at like composing some stuff, and me and him might do a collaborative album of music, not lyrical music, but like background music that would be it, like that's featured in my videos, for example. And we want to have it like follow a narrative. I'm not gonna give too much away, but we want to have it kind of follow a narrative story, like where we're gonna have one song represent one part of a story, and then kind of have it follow like a flow from start to finish, and have it be this you know, this kind of like story type album. And it's gonna be One Piece themed, and it's going to have a lot of jazz influence and motifs that have shown up you know, in other music on this channel, and like the theme. So I want to create an original Hidden Island album, like the Hidden Island OST or something like that. I don't know if it's going to be called the Hidden Island OST. That's a little bit whatever, that fucking sucking myself off for that one. But we'll call it something. But just for the conceptual purposes, Hidden Island OST, whatever. We'll call it something else though. I'm gonna be way more artsy with it than just fucking slapping some self suck off name like that. But no copyright. So I'm thinking about how to do that. I'm not gonna copyright it so that you can't use it. I do want to make it publicly available. In my opinion, I think music is something that should just be, publicly available with credit, obviously. So I don't really like the whole system of like getting copyright stricken for having a song in your video. I think that's so stupid. It's so dumb, man. It's really dumb. So no, I'm not gonna put copyright on it. But what I would like to do is maybe, I've always had plans for like a merch store or something, but I didn't have ideas for what kind of good merch would go in there, like stuff that people actually want. So one thing I thought of was maybe making a physical release. If we end up finishing this album or something, putting it together, I'd want to do a physical release, and maybe that's what we open up the Hidden Island gift shop with, the physical CD or album. Which would be cool. And that's the only time you'd have to pay for it. Everything else would just be public. I'd rather it just be public. And then people could use it in their own videos if they wanted to. Why not? Just as long as you credit it. As long as you credit the album, then I don't give a shit. You can use it. But that'll be when it's done. Once it's done and once we make it public and put it up and everything, it's probably going to be a long time in the works. I can't imagine it'll be out anytime soon. But I am in talks with him now about it, or we did talk about it. I haven't talked to him in a bit because I haven't been making any major projects that need the soundtrack just yet. But it is an idea. So in regards to the music stuff, that's on the way. That's on the way. Or that's definitely on the table at the very least. That's like one of the big ideas I want to work on. Yeah, there's a lot of good ideas for merch, Dexter. I don't know. It really depends on what people want. I don't want to put I want to have merch in the store that people want. Like something that actually someone would want to spend money on that would be worth their money. So I don't know. I have to like brainstorm stuff like that would be cool. Yeah, you're right, Dill. I do need a hidden gift shop. AM Slime asks, what do you see for Brook in the future? I've been rewatching some Reveries, and I remember the sentiment around him was not everyone felt like he was lackluster, or was not great. Everyone felt like he was lackluster, but personally, I'm loving him. I love Brook, man. The thing is, though, Brook is just like, he's one of the Straw Hats that's going to take a back seat in favor of the main Straw Hats, or whatever you consider them. The ones that get all the attention, the East Blue Five, the most important Straw Hats in the group. Honestly, I would even say Usopp doesn't get as much attention as he should, and Robin gets way more focus than Usopp does. But yeah, Brook is in like the bottom half of the Straw Hats in terms of like how much panel focus they get. So unfortunately, Brook's gonna fall short sometimes. But he had his great moment. He had some amazing moments in Whole Cake Island that like shot him up my tier list. He had some good stuff in Wano too. Like there's a couple good moments here and there. And as far as where it goes for the rest of the story, I mean the reunion with Laboon is going to be incredible. I have that theory I've always talked about with Brook performing concerts from inside of Laboon's stomach, like at the end of the story, and like they're a traveling band, and Laboon is the venue itself. I always thought that would be a really cool idea. So. Yeah, that's absolutely what I predict. I love the character, man. Brook is very likable if you can get past the panties gag that he does every 10 minutes. But it's not that bad. Not nearly as bad as the Sanji gag. So yeah, I like Brook. Zach White asked, what you got cooking for the next couple months? Any sweet events like Sakura Showdown or Hot Theories? So Sakura Showdown I'm going to be doing again, but we're going to be doing it next year because Sakura season is springtime, early summer, like spring and summerish that area, right? That's when all the Sakuras bloom. And last time we did the Sakura Showdown, it was in the summer. So when I was thinking about when we're going to bring back Sakura Showdown and do it again, I figure it would make the most sense to do it in the spring or summertime, like when, you know, like around the time of year when you would expect to see Sakura trees. So we're going to be doing it again. I want to do Sakura Showdown again. And we'll do it next year. I want to do it like once a year. I think that would be fun. And if it's manageable, or if I have the more opportunity or space to do it in the future, I'll do it more than once a year. If it really picks up. But yeah, that's the plan. I want to do that again every year. And then for videos or projects, it's just what I said earlier. I want to make a few videos before, and I want to release them together. I don't want to make a video, release it, make another video, release it. I want to try doing a batch release where I make like a big video that I'm expecting to get a lot of traction, and then I have some other videos I want to drop on top of that, so that while the momentum from that big video is hitting, I'm going to drop a few more. So my plan right now is to have like 3 or 4 videos to drop in quick sequence, and obviously it's going to take a while to prep all of those, but once they're ready, you're gonna have like a bunch of content coming out one after the other. And in the meantime, I'll put out some smaller videos to hold everyone over. Moog says, people say that if you don't get Luffy, you don't get One Piece. I disagree. I say if you don't get Usopp, you don't get One Piece. I think both can be true. Not necessarily true, but they can be. I think understanding Luffy is a critical part of understanding One Piece as a story. And I think Usopp to some degree, yeah, I agree with that. Momiji Showdown. Yeah, we do, hey, if I can come up with enough games and shit, man. Like, you know, the hard part about doing something like Sakura Showdown is Sakura Showdown's a game show, right? It's like a game show, so you have to come up with like entertaining games and activities to keep everyone invested. And part of the thing with Sakura Showdown is it's also a charity stream. So not only do you have to keep everyone engaged with all these games, but you have to like promote it, and you have to make it so that people want to donate to the charity, and like make it entertaining for everyone, because that's how these things work. So it's a lot of planning. And obviously, because it's a game show featuring other YouTubers as contestants, that means I have to reach out to everyone, and it's not just like 1 or 2 people. In this case, it would be like 6 people, 6 to 8 people. You know, that's hard. That's not easy to coordinate either. You got to coordinate that. The last Sakura Showdown was, you know, we did it for Jace. We did it for Jace Baxter. And I don't know if you're still out there, Jace. I haven't heard from you in a while. You know, if you're still out there, I think people, you know, we miss you in the chat, and I'm definitely going to be dedicating the next stream to you, my friend. And people are going to be, you know, they're going to know about the origins of Sakura Showdown when we bring it back. I'm going to make them know. And yeah, you know, next time, you know, the first Sakura Showdown was for Jason. We got all the YouTubers that he watched there. So we limited the crowd a bit, because I only wanted to have YouTubers like pull up on stream that were like familiar to him, and kind of, I did it for, you know, that reason, like in terms of like who we picked or who we invited. It was mostly based around Jace's familiarity and interest in the channels. But, you know, assuming next year will be a little bit of a different situation, I'm thinking about inviting more and more people in the future. I would love to do like a team-based game show where we get like, let's say 12 people or like 10 people, and it's like teams of 2v2v2, and they're like it's like 5 teams or whatever. So, you know, I think that could be really cool. And if Jace is able to, then we'll bring him back on next time. Basically the idea is I want to expand. Like, I'm always the type of person that wants to build upon what I did before, like build upon the last thing. So I don't want to just do Sakura Showdown the exact same way I did it the first time. I'd rather iterate on it or make it bigger and better. So if last time we only had 6 people, next time we'll have more. We'll have like 8, and we'll do even crazier events and have an even crazier layout and go for even longer. So that's the kind of guy I am. Dilcor said he saw him online on Discord the other week. Oh, that's good news, man. I hope you're doing well, Jace. I don't know. I haven't seen you in the chat or anything in a while, but I hope you're doing well, my friend. Yeah, no, I'm 100% going to bring it back, Rubik's. 100%. That's an event I want to do regularly. Hey, Francisco Rodas said, yo, Hidden, I'm keeping that accountability. Today I trained 2 hours. Let's go. Beautiful. I love that. I love that. Now you're making me want to train. I have to hit the gym after the stream's over. Shit, man. Good shit. Duarte said, there are certainly other ways to improve besides increasing the number of guests. Yeah, I mean, of course. But obviously, if I had all those ways to improve it off the top of my head, I wouldn't be listing them out here. I'd be making the stream. Like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I'm saying just like on the surface level, I want to make it bigger and better. And bigger would obviously involve more people, more of the YouTube community, right? When you have when you only have 5 or 6 people, you know, it's a little limiting. If you have all these different perspectives and people coming in there, we can do more interesting games and especially if it's team-based, for example. The team dynamic could introduce a whole new thing into the game show element, like having teams compete with each other. I did a little bit of a taste test of that at the end of Sakura Showdown with the break week, where we had the defense and prosecution split into 2 teams. So, you know, it worked. It did work, and the team thing was good. So I want to do that, but maybe like a whole game show with the team dynamic. I think that could be really cool. Squid Games is the dream. Yeah, you think a Squid Game? Do like IRL Squid Games. Mr. Rubik said a viewer Sakura Showdown could also be fun. You know, that's a good point. I should be involving the viewers more in these streams. The difficult thing with doing that, and I've played around with the idea, and I'm stumbling over my own words now, but I've always played around with the idea of bringing viewers onto the stream. The only issue I have with doing that is you have to vet who you're bringing onto the stream. It's very easy for me to vet another YouTuber because they have a whole channel and content, and you know, they have a public image that they care about, so they're not going to come onto my stream and crash it. They're not going to come onto my stream and, you know, I don't know, try and troll me. The thing is, when I open the door up to viewers, it opens a door up to like someone anonymously coming onto the stream and fucking with and ruining it. And that's something I don't know how to exactly deal with. I guess the only way to really do it is to like maybe like make it a mods thing, or like I don't know, like some sort of community vote. I don't know how you would do it. I could restrict it to regulars, like people that I trust and know. But yeah, it's like it's tougher with viewers, you know? Especially because some viewers, they're not YouTubers, so maybe they're not comfortable with being in front of a camera. That's another thing you have to consider, right? Like, if you bring a viewer onto the stream, someone might be comfortable being a viewer and talking in chat, but then the next moment you're in front of a camera and your mic is hot and you're in front of 100 or 200 viewers. In the case of Sakura Showdown, it was like 500 viewers. That could nerve-wrack some people. So, you know, that's another thing you have to consider too. It's like, that's why I've played with the idea, but I never went into much. I never gave it that much thought because of that. But yeah, I do want to incorporate the viewers into like these streams in some significant way. Maybe I might do like not like a Sakura Showdown, but like some other type of stream event that we can bring in the viewers in a meaningful way that also accounts for these issues that I just described, but I have to put some thought into it. We could, you know what we could do? This would be a cool one. What if we did a theory review type stream where the viewers would come in and they would share their theories with me instead of making it a video? Like they hop into a call with me, like on Discord. They don't have to be on camera. It's just like a call-in situation. They just hop into the call and they hit me with their best theory, like the best theory they can. And I could give like a prize to the person that blows my mind. Like we could just keep the line open. It doesn't have to be a limit to 3. We could just like, all right, one person, all right, hop in, tell me your theory. All right, okay, next person, tell me your theory. And then if someone blows my mind, like effectively blows my mind, then they get like a prize or something. I think that could be sick. That'd be fun. Diva said, I think a really cool idea would be 2 or 3 creators coming together to rent out a live venue and bringing a bunch of other creators for an in-person One Piece Jeopardy would be fun. I would love that. I think that we did like an IRL Reverie. I wasn't there for it, but they did do one at one of the cons. I think it was, I don't even remember. I don't remember which con it was, but one of them. They did something like that. I would love that. I would love to go. I would pull up to that shit. Shaq D. Merengue asked, when am I hosting a Reverie? I don't know, man. I think that's not really my call, ultimately. The Reverie is kind of like a nomination thing. It's kind of like the YouTube, the One Piece YouTube community kind of collectively decides, or like, you know, someone like puts someone forward as like who would be a good host, and then everyone either agrees or disagrees on it, and if they agree, then they get, it's kind of like an Olympics situation. It's kind of weird to describe, right? It's funny to think about, but it's almost like an Olympics scenario where like, okay, this is the country hosting the Olympics this year, and then the country stuck with the job is like, all right, I guess you got to prep for the Olympics. So that's kind of, I mean, it's obviously an honor. It's not like it's like a chore, but like the way it's determined who's the next host is kind of like, it's up in the air, and it's not really it's not my call or anyone else's call. It's kind of like the group decides, and then they say, yeah, this person would be a good host, and then everyone's like, yeah, you would be a good host, and then the person who's in question would be like, okay, I could be a good host, and then I'll do it. That's like how it works. So if people wanted me to host a Reverie, and if the idea got put forward for me to host a Reverie, I would do it. 100% I would do it. And I would do a very good job, I think. I know... Now I know how to properly run an event stream with a lot of people, and I've tripped up over myself doing it multiple times in the past. We did the one-man Reverie where we had like 8 or 9 guests come on one after the other in a 12-hour marathon stream. We had the Sakura Showdown with the game show elements and all that coordination and all the little games and prizes and giveaway, and like we've had a lot of and the break week streams too are pretty much an event stream also, where I would go and do a whole trial with the PowerPoints and smashing a figure. Like I have the experience now with managing some kind of event or crazy stream. The thing is, the Reverie is that, but like times 2, because it's like 20 people. It's like 20 people at once, and it's like gonna reach an audience of like, you know, 100,000, or like, you know, it's gonna get like 150k views or something like that. So there's a lot more pressure. This is an event that has been involved with, you know, other people like Matt Owens who have like direct ties to the One Piece brand now, and it's like you got to also watch how you handle those streams, because there are people that are gonna watch them that you know, that you're representing their brand a little bit. You don't want to make it look bad, because if you do that, then that's, you know, that's not good. That's not good for the channel. It's not a good look if I do a Reverie and I'm not you know, it's a shitty Reverie or something. So it's not that serious, but you get what the point I'm trying to say is. It's like I have the experience on how to do this stuff, but the Reverie is a lot. So like it requires a lot going in. So I think I'd be able to handle it. It's just, you know, I'm not putting my hand up for the job. I'm not going to volunteer for the job. If they want me to do it, I'll do it. Yeah, Francisco, that was yeah, that's a good idea. Viewer theory showdown, 5 minutes to talk. You, Hidden, rank the theory, as well as us, the audience, with the YouTube poll. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. Dilcor said the one-man Reverie was crazy. Was that for 10 or 20k? That was for 10k. That was for 10k. I haven't done anything since. However, I want to do a special stream for 50k maybe? I don't know though. For me, the milestone is 100. I don't really care too much about 50k. I'm already almost there. I'm at 41k on the channel now. So 50 is not too far off. I'm not like uber hyped about it because in my mind, the milestone is getting an extra digit, right? 10K is a milestone, like 1K is a milestone because you get monetized after 1K subs. 10K is a milestone because now you have a 5-digit sub count. And in my opinion, the next step up from that is 100 because that's once again another digit to your sub count, right? I think that's significant. Like once you have a 6-digit sub count, you've officially succeeded on YouTube. You've won the game. If you have a 6-digit sub count, you've won the game. You've successfully built a YouTube channel, like a successful YouTube channel. So for me, the big milestone is 100K. And once I get the 100K, I'm going to do a massive stream. I'll probably do another marathon. I might do a 24-hour marathon. Honestly, I would, if I did 24 hours, I might die at the end of exhaustion, but I'll try it. But I would do like a 24-hour marathon stream of for the 100K special. D asked, what do you think would be the chapter of the year based on what we got so far? Chapter of the year. Chapter of the year. That's a good question. It's a good question. I have to think back on everything that happened this year. Man, that's a tough one. I'm tempted to give it to a recent chapter, but that feels like recency bias to me. But then again, these have been some of the best chapters ever. My personal favorite might be the series of Garp on Hachinosu, like the Garp chapters on Hachinosu. The Battleship Bags chapter, you know, Kobe being a hero and punching out Pizarro's arm, the Galaxy Fist, the backstory with Kuzan. That's probably that's like the highest point for me. That being said, though, the chapter of the if I'm not going to chalk it up to recency bias, I would give the chapter of the year to the God Valley chapter we just got. Like the whole chapter with the Rocks pirates landing on the shore, Roger pirates land on the shore, Kuma steals the pawpaw fruit, Ivankov almost gets the dragon fruit. They escape. They go to the church and they have a cry at the end of the chapter, and it's just Garp talking about the treasure of Hachinosu and lounging on the beach chair, and we see Kong like talk like all that stuff. That probably, I mean, that's up there. That's really, really up there. I think that might be it for me if I had to pick a specific chapter. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. Man, after Wano, Oda started cooking. Yeah, young Usopp, he's been cooking like crazy non-stop. I feel bad for the anime because almost every episode is going to have to be, you know, there's going to be expectations. People are going to have high expectations for almost every other episode in the anime because of how crazy every chapter has been. I don't know if the animation team is going to be able to keep up with that. So. Chapter 1100 will be super hype, I think. Yeah, that might end up being the big one. That might end up being a huge, huge chapter. Oh, Rubik's, that's a good suggestion. The reveal of Nefertari Lily and Cobra being a D, and then the Gorosei transforming, and then Emu trying to like kill Cobra and Sabo and all. That might have been the chapter of the year. I think that is crazy. Oh shit. Yeah, that might have been the chapter of the year. That was probably the most insane chapter. That one, maybe Saturn pulling up on the island, like with the magic circle. That blew my mind too. Huang To said, "Just stopping by, but thank you all for all the great content." Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. No, I'm happy to deliver the content. I wish I could deliver it faster, but I'm glad you enjoy it, and thank you for watching. Shakti Merengue asked, where in the series did you catch up to weekly releases? Very beginning of Wano. Very beginning of Wano. I'm a relatively new fan, all things considered. But yeah, so Wano is the arc that I have. Most of my weekly experience has been Wano, start to finish. So I'm very, very happy to be out of Wano now, because for a long time, every week, all I had for the last 4 years was the Wano arc. like I blast through all the story. I have all this amazing platter of various different environments and incredible scenery and character development and all this lore, and then I get caught up, and then it's like Wano starts. Oh man, I'm so hyped. Wano, we're finally here. This is amazing. Right at the start of the arc. Oh, I get to catch Wano right at the start. I get to experience the whole arc start to finish. And little did I know at the time that I was about to experience 150 long chapters of Wano for fucking 5 years straight. Oh my lord. Thank goodness it's over. Thank goodness it's over. I'm so glad to be free. Jeez. Wano is legit my least favorite arc of the entire series. Brutal. I don't think it's that bad. At least for me. It has its problems though. I'll be when I put out the Wano rant, I'll be talking about all of those problems. I have a lot of criticisms like with the structure and the way that the latter half played out, especially with some of the major reveals, but I don't want to give all that away. Got, what is it? Noobed piece? They just animated Bardo burning Shanks' flag. I heard that got turned into like an episode or whatever. That's cool. I like that. I wish they did that with every cover story and actually turn them into anime content. That'd be nice. Yo, Moog, thank you for the £2. He said 1088 is better than everything. Let me look up what 1088 is. Oh yeah. Yeah. Final lesson. Yep. This chapter, whoo, it goes hard. It goes hard, man. I love that chapter. Wano's biggest problem was Yamato. One of the biggest problems of Wano was Yamato, yeah. It fucked the Onigashima story structure super hard. Super hard. Super hard. I hate that edition. Jeez, man. Oh, I don't even want to get into the rant right now. I have so many issues with the introduction of that character and how much screen time they got in an arc that was supposed to be entirely about the Scabbards and Odin and Luffy and all this shit, and then we just get this like random insert of a character that just completely misses the mark in every conceivable fashion. Oh man. Another problem I have with the Wano arc, not even Yamato, but Yamato is a big symptom of it, is the Wano arc has this consistent issue of telling you but not showing you, or like telling you before showing you, right? Like most of One Piece is a show don't tell kind of story. Like Luffy's ideals, his dreams, the things he cares about are not told to you by Luffy. It's not like Luffy is going out of his way to tell you what he's going to do, why he's going to do it, and give you a whole moral explanation for his actions. A lot of times, Luffy's actions speak louder than his words. That's like a whole thing in the story. A lot of times, lore is given to you in the story by showing you things first, not just outright telling you things. When Luffy frees a country from some sort of tyrant or dictator, it's always framed in a way where Luffy goes to the island and he frees them from this malevolent force by consequence of that malevolent force clashing with his values. And he does it, he frees them, and the people of that country are freed, and Luffy is a hero, all by consequence of Luffy following his pirate morals and his guidelines on what makes a good pirate, what makes a good person. But it's not like Luffy is like always exclaiming what he's about to do, why he's going to do it. He doesn't say, I'm going to be the hero that saves this country. He never does that. But what Wano as an arc likes to do over and over again is it tells you that something is supposed to happen, and then it does. It tells you that this is going to happen, that Luffy is going to do X, Y, or Z, that this character is going to do X, Y, or Z, and then they do it. They don't just show it to you. They don't just, and you'll see what I mean in a second when I give you an example. They don't just show it to you. They don't just let it play out naturally. The hand of the writer in Wano is so heavy to me. Because almost at every instance possible, and here's the big example I'll point out right now. At every instance possible, they, for example, with Luffy being Nika, every other chapter, it's like something like, oh, look at Luffy. He looks just like the guardian spirit. Oh, did you hear about Nika? Oh, what is wrong? Like, Luffy's going to be the one that saves this country. Luffy's the hero of Wano. This is the one that Odin was waiting for. He's the person, it's like the arc hammers into your head 1,500 times that Luffy is the chosen one that's going to defeat Kaido. And then Luffy ends up getting the chosen one powers and defeating Kaido, because of course he does. It was given to you 100. They basically said it to you outright multiple times. So it's not just that Luffy's allowed to be the hero, it's that he has to be this prophesized hero. He's not just a hero by consequence, he's a hero by prophecy. He's a hero because it's been ordained by the writer and the characters surrounding him that they declare that he must be the hero. He must be the person Odin was waiting for, because Odin had this prophecy that was based around a 20-year time limit, and this whole thing with Joy Boy, and then because he looks like a guardian deity, like it's like so, it feels like it's so heavy-handed. And not to like rip on the whole, because I've defended the whole chosen one idea, and it's fine the way it plays out, but it's like there's so many examples of that in this arc. Here's another example, and this is what I mean with the Yamato thing. Okay? So when a crew member joins the Straw Hats, usually the way it works is maybe someone makes a flippant joke or remark about joining the crew at worst, but most of the time it's Luffy asks the person to join the crew because they fit some kind of mold that works with the Straw Hats. Luffy likes them as a person. He sees a quality in them that is good, and that is worth being on his crew, that he wants to bring into his family. That's something that happens every single time with one of the Straw Hats. When they're introduced, Luffy the character over the course of their introductory arc demonstrates what makes them a good crew member. They demonstrate what makes them a good person, and through their actions in the arc, they don't just say it, they do it. Through their actions, Luffy recognizes, oh, this is a good person. I want them on my crew. Oh, Zoro ate the rice ball for this little girl, and he's here he put himself on a crucifix to defend this little girl. Hey, this Zoro guy's actually a good guy. As a matter of fact, the story tells you the opposite. Unlike Wano, which will just tell you outright what the deal is, the story tells you the opposite for Zoro. Everyone makes you think Zoro's a monster. And then Luffy comes to the conclusion that, hey, he's actually a good guy. I want him on my crew. Same thing with Nami. Nami was mischievous. She betrayed the crew at one point, and it was through all that struggle, through her decision to save the people of her island, and that she's been tormented by Arlong, and she's been doing all of this to help her family. Luffy recognizes that the whole betrayal thing is an act, and that Nami is also a good person. Usopp, beneath his lies, is a good person because he sticks up for the people he cares about and defends his village and is willing to put his image in the dust to keep people from feeling fear, the people he cares about. That's why Usopp's a good guy. Despite being a liar, despite wanting to take the captain title at first glance, Usopp was welcomed onto the crew. So it's like every Straw Hat, and if you go down the list, you can find examples of this, where every Straw Hat exhibits qualities of being a good person, or through their actions demonstrate why they should be a Straw Hat, why they belong on the crew. And then Luffy pops the question, do you want to join? Will you be on my crew? That's why it's always so satisfying when a new Straw Hat joins, is because we watch them grow into their role, we fall in love with the character, and then Luffy asks them to join, completing the cycle, and we get our new party member, and it feels earned. It feels totally earned, it feels natural, it feels built up to. Then you have Yamato, who... we meet this character, we've not even known the character for a grand total of 5 minutes, and the character mask off, I want to join your crew, and I'm gonna be on your crew, take me to the sea with you. It's not Luffy asking, it's Yamato asking, I want to join your crew. And why does Yamato want to join the crew? Because a book said so. It's not because Yamato has some goal that ties into the Straw Hats. It's not because Yamato has some special dream of her own. It's because the book inspired me to, because this is just like what Odin did. I want to be just like Odin. And because Odin was on Roger's crew, I should be on your crew. So that's why I want to join. Okay, fine, Yamato. Can you, but before you jump the gun and claim that you're going to be a crewmate every 10 minutes, can you do me a favor? Can you demonstrate why you deserve to be on the crew? Okay, fine. I'm going to be Momo's babysitter the entire arc. Well, that's kind of fucked for Momo, because the whole point of Momo's character is his coming of age and his relationship with the Straw Hats, and now it's like this completely unrelated character who has nothing to do with you is now protecting and babysitting you the whole arc and treating you like a child. And you're played up for gags by getting like put in her boobs and like hid in her clothing or whatever. It's like it shits on Momo's character, and it's just like a dumb excuse to make Yamato like fit the mold of Straw Hat, because she's given the job that no one else was doing at the time. But it's like, until Yamato protected Momo, we'd already heard 15 times from Yamato that, oh, I'm going to join the crew. I'm going to join the crew. It's like, but you didn't earn that yet. You keep telling me you're going to join the crew, and then when you do something that makes you feel like you're worth being on the crew, it feels forced because you just told me 10 minutes ago that you want to join. So it just feels like it feels so forced, man. It feels like it's not earned at all. It's like Yamato just wants to be on the crew and is now going to take every action possible to convince Luffy that they belong on the crew. Why? Because the book said so. So it's once again, it's because X, Y, or Z ordained it. Luffy's the chosen one, and he gets the Nika fruit because everyone in the arc was talking about how Luffy's the one who's going to save the day, how he's the one Odin was waiting for, etc. And it's all ordained by Odin, and it's all ordained by this prophecy and all these other characters. Same thing with Yamato. Yamato wants to join the crew because the book said so, because this is what it's supposed to be, and it doesn't feel natural. It feels like the story is telling me what should happen and not showing me why it should happen. And I hate that. I really hate that. It feels so like shallow. And I talked about how Yamato is just a poor man's Jinbei. Is just a bad imitation of the Jinbei character arc. By contrast, Jinbei went through hell and back to earn his spot on the crew. He had to go... I'm on a huge rant right now. He went through hell and back to earn his spot on the crew, man. Jinbei was released from prison by Luffy. He made a promise to Ace. Over the course of Marineford, he did his best to protect Luffy, and even then couldn't protect either Luffy or Ace, ultimately. Luffy was left with that scar, nearly killed. Ace was killed. Jinbei kind of failed in his original objective to some degree. Obviously, he didn't totally fail, but the idea is, like, this man put his life on the line and he wasn't a perfect character. He didn't succeed in everything he needed to do, but he did what he could to keep Luffy alive and carry on Ace's will. Way more than Yamato ever did. How many times did you see Yamato carry on Ace's will? Like the way that Jinbei did. How many times did you see Yamato really, really, like do something meaningful for Ace besides sharing a drink with him? Like one time. It's like, Jinbei defended Luffy in like the war for his very brother, was a prisoner in the same jail as Ace, in the same cell as Ace, was persecuted for all these things. Not only that, but after Marineford he's the one that snaps Luffy out of his like devastation. Like he reminds Luffy, you have friends, you have a crew. And he helps Luffy get to safety. He meets up with him in the new world, and then what happens in the time skip? He gives Luffy his own fucking blood. He gives Luffy a blood transfusion. Like this, you literally have this scene of them becoming more than blood brothers. They're like sharing blood. It's like, and this is all leading up to the moment where Luffy is laying there on the ground with the thing in his arm, with the catheter. Not the catheter, but like the thing in his arm, and you have the you have the fucking thing, and he's like, Jinbei, join my crew. And that feels so earned, because we just spent like 150 chapters building up Jinbei as a proper crewmate. But here's the cherry on top that makes Jinbei way better than Yamato could ever hope to be, is that when Luffy asks Jinbei to join the crew, Jinbei refuses. He says, no, I got stuff I gotta do, Luffy, because I am a deep character with motivations and actual connections to other people in the world, and I have value to add to the story, and I'm actually a complete character with like background and relationships. So yeah, sorry, Luffy, I can't just go on your adventure and do whatever you want. I have stuff I gotta take care of on my end. I'll meet up with you later. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we have this character that's like, hey, Luffy, I know you because I know your brother, and we had this drink one time, and also I want to be on your crew because the book said, and oh, you don't want me on the crew? Well, I'm going to join anyway, and I don't care what you say. I'm on the crew. Welcome me, Yamato, to the Avengers. It's like, I fucking hate that, man. Like, I can't get, I'm done ranting, but I can't, I hate that shit. Like, that to me is just not good writing. It's not good writing. It's the exact opposite of the writing I fell in love with. I fell in love with Jinbei as a character because of his writing. I fell in love with Brook as a character. Even though he had the gag introduction with joining the crew, the whole arc is centered around giving Brook purpose and character. The fact that he's connected to Laboon, and there's so many things that like make me like Brook even more compared to Yamato. Robin had the most insane character arc before joining the crew, honestly. We had... I could go down the list, and then if you were to just place that next to Yamato, it's like night and day. It's night and day. And what gets my goat is that it's the fact that people still to this day suggest that Yamato is a Straw Hat, like an official Straw Hat, like one of the Straw Hats, like one of the guys. And like people are still insistent that like this is the last Straw Hat, it's Yamato. It's such an insult. To me, that's such an insult to what the crew represents. Like, all the main crew members are so, like, they earned their spot so hard. And then you have this one character that was just written into existence for the sole purpose of forcing themselves onto the crew without having earned it. It's just such an insult to lump Yamato in with all the other great, amazing, well-developed characters that we have on the Straw Hats. I just can't... I can't accept that. I just can't accept that. And it's like an automatic, like, if I hear someone say to me, Yamato's like a Straw Hat, like guaranteed is like one of the main official Straw Hats, my ears just turn off. I stop listening. Because we're not reading the same story. That's it. We're not. We're reading two different stories then. If you want to treat it like an RPG, that's fine. If you want to just recruit party members like it's fucking Baldur's Gate, you talk to them for 2 minutes and now they're your best friend for life and you're banging them 2 nights later. Like that's one, like if you want to treat the story like some frivolous like video game where we have characters jumping in and out of the party willy-nilly like Pokemon, that's one thing. But if we want to talk about an actual story with depth where we have every crew member basically putting their life on the line before even earning the right to go on the grandest adventure in the world, like it's just not. I'm sorry. Like I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I don't like when you force stuff. So, whew, rant over. And this is just a piece of the video. So if this gives you any insight into what the Wano critique's gonna be like, this is just a piece. This is a piece of the critique. This is not even the whole thing. This is just one piece of the critique. And there's still more. I have so much more to talk about with that arc. Man. I swear, if Yamato wasn't hot, like if Yamato looked like Gaimon, no one would simp for this character. No one would want this character to be a Straw Hat. I'm convinced half the reason people want Yamato on the crew is because Yamato is a design that's nice to look at. Yamato's hot, and there's a lot of Coomers that want Yamato in the crew because they want more fan service panels of Yamato. And I've seen people talk like this, and it's the type of thing that's just an insult to the world that Oda's created, to me. And I think if Yamato looked like Gaimon, no one would hype it up. No one would care about Yamato. Not one. Yeah, I do get heated. I get fucking so heated about this topic, man. I have lived Wano. I have lived Wano the last 4 years. I have been doing nothing but analyzing and looking at Wano. Every theory that I made on the channel for a period of time was like based entirely around Wano and its information and the things that were happening. And I got so invested, and then we had such a like there was clearly some sort of like plot structure going and build up for like Yamato having like a character arc and some sort of like a realization and like coming into themselves and like all this stuff, and it's like it never happened. And it was just like the end of the arc was like, I'm gonna join the crew. Next chapter, actually I'm not gonna join the crew, and my reasoning was off screen. Hopefully Luffy will come back to Wano and scoop me up one day. Fuck you. Fuck off, Yamato. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, I am passionate, you know, but I have to be passionate, man. I have to be, because it's like this is all I'm staring at. Like, I'm making these videos. I'm spending hour after hour making these videos, analyzing, breaking down the story, talking about the story. People are coming at me with ideas every other day, and it's like, I don't know, I'm gonna develop strong opinions. I gotta be passionate about it. I gotta, because if I'm not passionate, then like, what am I even reading it for? Like, why am I even making these videos? Like, you know, like, I have to care. I have to have these, I have to have my stakes. You know what I'm saying? Shaq D. Merengue asked, can you say something good about Yamato to balance it out a little? Okay, let me balance it out. I don't want to be all rant mode. And honestly, you know, a lot of this got aimed at Yamato, but Yamato is only a symptom of the greater problem, which is just the writing of Wano. It's not just Yamato. There's a lot of things in Wano that are written in a very matter-of-fact way. Like a very, like, I'm just going to throw out this random explanation last second and tell you why something is happening, rather than giving, like, an actual... like, the Big Mom amnesia thing was another dumb thing. So, like, I don't want to just pin this all on Yamato. Yamato is just a part of the greater problem. But let's balance it out with something nice to say about Yamato. Yamato's Devil Fruit is really cool. I like that a lot. I think it's a really cool Devil Fruit power. There's a couple good moments with Yamato in the arc. The character design's good. It's nice to look at. It's pleasant to look at, I guess. I think that's it. I don't really know what else. I don't know what else to say. I genuinely have no other compliments. I have no other compliments to give. Unless Oda wraps that character up in some way later in the story, every prediction I had for how Yamato would become a well-rounded, like, good, complete character by the end of Wano never happened. And Wano never had that character arc, or Yamato never had a character arc. There was no character arc for Yamato. There was no change. Yamato did not change from their introduction to the end. So there's no arc to speak of. So it's really hard for me to find compliments because the character is clearly incomplete. The ending of Wano was very clearly rushed. And, you know, that's like, yeah, cool design, cool powers, couple funny moments. Here's your new Straw Hat, everyone. Welcome aboard. So... yeah, I'm sorry to be so negative. I just when it comes to this subject, and you'll see I'm gonna keep, obviously when I make the critique, it's gonna be way more measured. I'm not gonna make the critique and it's gonna be an hour and a half of me yelling into the mic like, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. That's because we're on stream. I'm on stream. I'm just speaking off the cuff. I'm gonna get emotional, heated. But obviously, when I write the critique, I'm going to come in with a much more measured perspective and more fair. And, you know, for as many negative points I'll bring up a positive here and there and talk about the good things. But that's obviously the difference between scripting a video and talking, you know, off the cuff. If I'm just talking off the top of my head, there's a lot of ways the discussion could go. But if I'm scripting it, obviously I'm going to put thought into making the opinion well formed and agreeable. I do want to convince people of my perspective, not just talk to them. I don't want to talk at people. I want to actually convince them. So, you know. Yep. That's something I'll be talking about, Drip. Drip D Sauce said, zero difference in Wano if you remove Yamato. Would have been 100 times better if Denjiro was the one to protect Momo. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on the scabbards. And yes, I agree with you, and that is in my notes as well. That is also in my notes. Momo should have been protected by the very people who put their lives on the line to die for Odin. The scabbards who dedicated their whole existence to Odin and defending his legacy and and freeing Wano. Defending his legacy being the key word, because Momo is literally his legacy in a physical form. He's Odin's child. The fact that the scabbards, you have 9 of these fuckers. There's 9 fucking scabbards, and not a single one went out of their way to protect Momo, and this job ended up getting dropped into Yamato's lap is so terrible. It's bad writing. And anyone that's going to defend the scabbards, I beg you to defend that. Defend that. The very thing they were there to protect, Odin's entire fucking legacy, was nearly killed multiple times in the arc, and Denjiro is nowhere to be seen. Half the scabbards are nowhere to be seen. They do not help. What's the explanation? You have 9 of these guys. How do you not take one character and transplant them onto the stage? How? Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry I'm getting even more heated now, but the scabbards piss me off too. It's like what an absolute insane mishandling of the characters. Like, jeez, man. Like, imagine how much better we would like the scabbards if they actually did something. Like, they fought Kaido. They got a couple scratches on him. Oh, they warmed him up. They warmed him up for Luffy. Like, that's it? That's the whole buildup of the scabbards. The entire arc was that they were going to do a surprise attack on Kaido and then get murked and then are out of the picture the rest of the arc. Like, but Denjiro comes in last second to kill Orochi. Like, dude. Like, come on, man. It's like staring you in the face. Like, the whole thing they're there for is Momonosuke to some degree. And the future of Wano, which Momonosuke represents. Not a single one of them took any effort to protect him. It had to be Yamato's job. That's just terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Wano is in my book, it's like really middle tier arc. And if it weren't for the fact that we have Gear 5 and all these other insane things that happen in Wano, like if it weren't for the shonen elements that carry and make the arc entertaining, especially towards the end, because it's the stuff we've all been waiting for. If you take Fishman Island or like Punk Hazard or Thriller Bark, like an arc that people notoriously love to hate, and if you stuck a new gear in that arc, the arc jumps up a tier automatically for everyone. You could take an F tier arc and slap a new gear form and put it in the arc, and all of a sudden that arc goes from an F to a C. Because, of course, everyone's going to get hyped over a new fucking gear. So I feel like it's cheap to say Wano is like the best arc in the story. Why? Because of Gear 5? It's like, yeah, but what about the other 95%? Like, yeah, it's a good arc. It's like, in that respect, like, it has great stuff that happens. It's a mid-tier arc, but if it weren't for that stuff that happens, if it weren't for Gear 5, if it weren't for Zoro getting Conquerors, if it weren't for all that cool stuff that happens in the very tail end, everyone would fucking hate Wano. Everyone would hate Wano. I guarantee it. Remove Gear 5, remove Zoro Conquerors, remove all the shonen stuff that is sprinkled in the last 20 chapters to get your attention. Remove all that shit, and what are you left with? A mess. A complete 130 chapter mess. Oh, and then it's capped off by the villain Kaido, the strongest, most terrifying creature in the world who didn't get a single kill the entire arc. Kaido didn't kill a single character in 130 chapters. He had not a single body in 130 chapters. The dude is supposed to be the most terrifying pirate, the strongest creature in the world, this unstoppable evil force. Couldn't kill anyone. Orochi got more kills than Kaido. That sad sap, that pathetic character Orochi, got more kills than Kaido. No stakes. Egghead is almost perfect, Zach. Egghead is almost perfect. I love Egghead. Egghead's an incredible arc. It's the fact that everyone is so hyped week to week with Egghead. If you were there for weekly Wano chapters and weekly Egghead chapters, you know the difference. You know the difference in hype. Like, just think back to it, man. Think back to when we got the Raizo chapter, or the chapter where they're just, like, chilling in Amigasa Village, like, prepping for the raid. Or what about the chapter where X-Drake and Hawkins go into the women's bath, and they go into the women's bath, and look, Sanji's invisible because he has the raid suit, and he's peeping on the women, and he's getting a nosebleed in the women's bath as Osoba Mask. Or this one time where they fight Page 1 and for like just think back to all those dog shit chapters and compare it to Egghead, where every single chapter has been fucking fire, man. Like, just think about that. It's night and day. It's night and day. The level of hype, the way that people are talking about One Piece now is so different from Wano. I know it because I watched the discourse the entire time happen. I was a part of that discourse. The levels of hype are so different. I mean, I was even doing chapter reaction streams back then, like in Wano. So I remember my reactions to Wano chapters and other people's reactions versus now. Like, night and day. Night and day. Not even close. Not even comparable. Egghead smoked Wano. I agree, Drip. Egghead smoked Wano. Whole Cake smokes Wano. Whole Cake is a way better arc. Whole Cake is 4 times better than Wano. Say what you will about Wedding Cake. Smokes it. Not even close. Not even close. I would, oh my god. I would read, if you want to take us back to Whole Cake, I'll go back to Whole Cake. What an interesting location compared to just standard rural Japan. Like, half the arc is set in nondescript fields. Like green fields and mountains and snowy area. Like, nothing unique or interesting about it. It's just Japan. It's just feudal Japan. Meanwhile, Whole Cake Island. Here's Butter Island. Here's cake. Here's an island of cake. Here's an island made of chocolate. Here's an island where Big Mom is sucking out the souls of everyone in the village, and they're going in donating pieces of their fucking soul. Here's a Godzilla attack. We literally witness Big Mom kill her own child on panel. We watch her own flesh and blood. She rips the soul out of his body and consumes it on panel. And that was like at the beginning of the arc. Kaido couldn't kill anyone. Kaido didn't kill any character. Big Mom kills someone like 5 minutes in. We get into the arc, 5 minutes in, she kills someone. Pedro sacrificed himself. The fucking Pedro sacrifice is insane. It's insane, man. The fucking Sanji backstory with Judge and Germa, like, it shits on Wano. Wano wishes it was Whole Cake. Like, man. Oh my god. Wano wishes it was Whole Cake, man. Such a good arc by comparison. Listen, I actually haven't given my flowers to Dak and Kev. I see you guys in the chat. What's up, boys? Nice to see you guys here. Dak said Gear 5 saved the Wano arc more than Luffy saved Wano, the country of Wano. Yeah, man. It's funny, like, Gear 5 literally saved the arc from being trash, and Gear 5 saved Wano in story, too. It's pretty funny. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, I have so many issues with Wano, man. It's like, I'm gonna I'm going to save the rest. I'll save the rest for the video because obviously I have a lot of thoughts and I'm not going to just give them all here and just rant for another hour. We've been on stream for 4.5 hours today. So, yeah, I see I got a super chat. Let me answer the super chat. Let's see. Is it one? Yeah, it's one. Thank you, Derry, for the $5. He said, gotta send a tip to the chef for this delicious meal he be cooking. Yo, thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Yo, also, thank you for the reminders to check supers. I appreciate that, Johannes. I know a couple people have been doing that this stream. Please keep doing that. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of the chat when I'm I'm getting hyped up and ranting. I'm hyped to see you too, bro. Yeah, we're gonna be meeting in person. So me, Dak, and Kev are gonna be meeting up in person this weekend. Anime NYC is this weekend. I'm going, so I'll be seeing you two there. I'll be seeing a few other YouTubers. If anyone's going to Anime NYC, feel free to shoot me a DM or something on Twitter or Discord. Just let me know that you'll be there, and then I'd be happy to dap you up, take a pic. Talk about something. Just, I'd be happy to do a little meetup situation. So if anyone is going to Anime NYC, if anyone's going to be there this week in New York, yeah, we'll be there. I'll be seeing you guys there. So that'd be awesome. Just let me know. Let me know in advance. So yeah. Let's see if there's anything I missed. Zach White said, thanks for staying on longer than expected tonight. The stream has been great. Oh, well, I'm happy you enjoyed it, brother. Thank you for having a very awesome name. I'm also named Zach. So, thank you for spreading the word of Zach's being cool. Yeah, thanks, guys. These supers distract from his ranting. It's hard, man. You have to find a balance. But yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna bounce here. It's 4.5 hours. I think we've been on stream enough. Hope you enjoyed the stream today. Thank you so much. All the super chats. A lot of you guys sent super chats and donated today. That's really helpful for me. Thank you. New members also. Welcome to the club. Welcome back to members, Derry. I think you're back, right? You were a member before. So yeah, welcome to all the new members. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the likes, all the love in the chat, for being here, for sticking with me. Whoever was here from start to finish, thank you. You're awesome. And to all the people whose theories we watched today, I appreciate other creators too. Thank you for making these great theories and giving me stuff to watch. It's good content. Marth, great job. Congratulations again. And for everyone else, love you all. I'll see you next time on the next stream, I guess next weekend or whatever. I don't know. We'll figure it out. And maybe some of you I'll see at Anime NYC. So until then, I hope you all have a good day, a great night, and a wonderful romance dawn. Take care, everyone, and I'll see you later.